Hi, hello, welcome to whatever this is going to be today. So I have like four decks at least that I need to shuffle, and I figured I would shuffle on camera. So it'll give me time to like set this up, right? Um I know what I want to do, and I roughly know what I want to say. Um Today's an Oracle Juice Life. The Oracle Juice of choice today is water. Technically, typically, Oracle Juice is some kind of alcoholic beverage, but today, the Oracle Juice is water. And if you've ever been extremely dehydrated, a good old glass of water will feel like the most whatever. Obviously, I say whatever because because I don't know. Oh, uno momento, por favor. I'm gonna have to. I want to put this up on the TV so that I know if it like buffers or whatever, so I can catch it quicker and hopefully it's interrupted less than if I've been talking for half an hour and then I'm like, oh, I'm not even live. Wait. So let me cast this to my TV. My TV's not on. Un momento. Maybe it's not necessary. Yeah, give me one moment. Um, I guess I can keep this going. So I'm using the Wide Unknown Alchemy and Archetype. This is going to be a continuation slash clarification slash validation of the last live. I think, especially towards the end of the last live. Oof. And there are some things. There are multitudes of reasons for things. Oh, mute. I am not trying to have the creators of Naruto coming after me for some kind of copyright because the Naruto channel's on. Also, real quick, I've been hearing a phrase that I don't hear a lot, that I don't think I've ever heard actually. I heard it just recently, and I heard it, I think, last night. And it's the phrase, it's like when the egg breaks from the outside, it means death. But when it breaks from the inside, it means birth or something like that, right? And so I heard it the first time. I think it was a reel on Instagram, maybe. And I was like, ooh. And then I was watching shorts on YouTube and I got the like movie TV show shorts today. And at some point in, I don't even remember which one, but that phrase and saying came out again. And I was like, okay, the second time, twice within like 48 hours is kind of crazy. And it reminds me of like when the Loki thing was happening, right? And I was like, Loki isn't necessarily like completely alien or there is no circumstance in which it would come up, but for it to like come up and then like back to back between days, I was like, all right, that's a bit interesting. It's intriguing. At some point, I may have to get up and get more Oracle juice, but also that might mean I have to go to the restroom more. So maybe not. Anyway, I guess we saw. The Starborn yesterday, well, the last time I was live. Also, um, there have been some very special Virgo birthdays in between these lives, and happy birthday, you special Virgos. Happy belated birthday, and happy birthday, and happy almost birthday. So, yeah, we did see the Starborn, and we saw the three snakes in the healer. And there was that, like, just like the snakes in the Starborn had released the tail like the Ouroboros, they were no longer coiled around the egg like they are in the cosmic egg. I can't remember if like we saw the fault line with that Starborn, but I think there was something that had almost implied that there was like a crack in the egg. Um, so again, if it's a crack from internal pressure, something's being born. If it's from external pressure, it's being crushed. I almost feel like that's significant. So usually, when I was talking about the multitude of reasons that I believe in, there are things that happen in life, and sometimes they happen for a multitude of reasons. There are a lot of things that are neutral, and then how we react to them or how they affect us, some combination of the two, or something completely different will make it like personally good or bad, right? But there are bad things that happen to us. I don't want to say bad things that happen to us for good reasons. Um, but bad things that happen to us potentially for good reasons. Like, for example, let's say that we're really excited about a certain move or whatever, and something falls through and the move doesn't happen and it like devastates us, right? That could be like a bad thing. But if we end up going somewhere else where something even better happens for us, then it was like a bad thing that happened for a good reason type energy. And obviously, like, there are levels to that. There are also bad things that happen for bad reasons. There are good things that happen for good reasons. There are good things that happen for bad reasons. It just speaks to the multiplicity of life, right? And so I say that to say that the motivation for this is based off of a singular potential reason, but I am also aware that there are a multitude of reasons. And what I'm going to do is, in the wild unknown alchemy, I'm going to look before and after silver and gold. Excuse me. And I'm looking before and after silver and gold because of the quicksilver and rotation from yesterday. Right? Yesterday, we had the intermediate to advanced alchemy that was transforming, transmuting. Excuse me, it's alchemy, so transmuting mercury into silver with the whole quicksilver minus quick. And then when I was typing the title in that video, I did the shorthand, so HG into AG. And then when I saw the shorthand, I was like, oh, you could just like pinch the top of the H to make an A, and then you get mercury to silver. You don't even have to do the HG equals quicksilver minus quick equals whatever. Right? You just pinch it, and then something about that almost makes me think of Virgo's the Frumelange reading. natal Cygnus Veo, I think. The whole thing about Virgo's the Fruit Melange reading is that whatever magic Virgo was doing, it wasn't the tool that was magic, it was Virgo. Anyway, so when I was talking about it, and as I was talking about turning Quicksilver into silver because of Rotatio, in my mind, it went gold. And there are sometimes when I do certain readings, and it's kind of the trickster in me that doesn't fully clarify certain things or that leaves certain things open to interpretation. On one hand, it's a multiplicity of reasons. On one hand, it's for your own intuition discernment to fill in the gaps, fill in the blanks, make it like to personalize it, right? Just like the neutral events and circumstances that become personalized based on how we interact with them or the effects, right? On one hand, it's that. On another hand, it's to allow room for the human ego in a way that we think of the ego. It's almost like, let's say there's a bowl of candy. It's Halloween. People are going trick or treating. There's a bowl of candy on a porch and it says, take one piece, right? No one's going to know if you take more than one piece. No one's going to know if you take the whole bowl. But however many pieces you take, it says something about you. And it's like who slash what you're taking from and like the intentions behind it. And there's something almost raw about human action when we feel like we're in an absence of attention, right? It's like behind closed doors, the truths of who we really are comes out. And so, like, the trickster in me is like, well, if someone is of ill intent or blinded by greed or whatever, let them act in whatever way and get whatever consequence, repercussion, uh, effect is necessary. Necessary to the action that was taken, necessary to the cause, right? And so, when antimony was sitting there, the reason why, first, like, I personally don't have to be the best at everything. I personally am fine with being comfortable. There are things in life that I need to strive for because I want to. There are ways that I want to be challenged, ways that I want to push myself, ways that I want to really discover my own potential and not operate so deeply in my comfort zone. Just to, in a way of like self discovery, right? I can't really discover who I am and what I can do in my comfort zone. And a part of me, as much as my comfort loving Taurus moon and rising regrets, a part of me wants to be pushed outside of my comfort zone so that I can regret it later, you know? So I can be like, oh, why didn't I ask for this? Um, so, yeah, that's two of the reasons why some things I leave open. And then also, sort of in the vein of that second thing, it's like there are some, in a not necessarily so ill-intentioned way, um it's kind of like a gauge, excuse me, it's kind of also, it's not just about intentions, our intentions, it's also how we, it's also about our growth, right? So instead of the bowl of candy where you take one or two, right? It says take one. If you took two, no one would care. If you take the whole bowl, then no one else is going to get any candy. And depending on whose house you're visiting, it'll matter to them or it won't matter at all, right? I think also, though, there is an aspect of like growth to it where it's like if you could ask any question and receive a truthful answer at magical whatever or a wise whatever or the divine, it's like the questions that we ask are probably statistically I feel like there's some statistical relevance or significance of the questions that we ask being relevant to where we are and where we're going and where we want to go, right? And it came out, there was an energy a while ago, that one that it kind of leaned more towards an envy of like two people get one wish, right? One person wishes for $100 so that they can do whatever they want to do with $100. The other person like wishes to be happy, right? And so anything that would make them unhappy, it's addressed, right? If there's an emergency that comes up, they have the funds. If there's something that they want to do because it would bring them a lot of enjoyment, they can do that. If it's whatever, and it's like this one wish that can be used in multiple sort of ways, or one wish that's fulfilled in many arenas versus the one wish that was fulfilled in one for the person that has their $100, right? They're perfectly fine with it and they're happy with it until they see the other person that's getting like all this, and then they're like, oh well, I didn't know I could ask for all of that and blah 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 blah, right? It was kind of sort of more in the vein of that before, but now it's just like we are where we are in life, and we grow, we evolve, we change, right? And even if our growth is in the same direction, it can get even deeper. It can expand, right? You have your Sagittarian expansion and then your Piscean expansion, both of those sides of Jupiter. Sagittarius goes deep, Pisces goes wide. I'm sorry. Yeah. Um, Goodness, this immature brain. My train of thought completely derailed. Anyway, it's where we are. And so not only is it, again, I respect title cards, I respect the high priestess, I respect the divine, I respect journeys. I expect that I respect that there are things that we have to go through sometimes. And that the best thing for us isn't always to have an answer, especially if it's an answer, if it's a truth that we're not yet ready to receive, right? So I'll leave it open. Excuse me. Also, it's so that in on another side of that coin, ish, it's so that when there's room for us to figure it out, especially if room is left for us to figure it out, then it is more difficult to misuse. I want to say the word misappropriate. So I guess I will, and I just did. It's more difficult to misappropriate for good or bad. You know what I mean? Excuse me. So, all that being said, when it came to turning the mercury into silver, especially because antimony was there. because of the mentor, because of the presence of divinity or an aspect of divinity, or because of the collaborative effort between the divine and the spark of the divine that we hold within us. And like respect of that, and how we all have free will. It's like we respectfully turn Mercury into silver, right? We don't go for the gold. We don't, because there's almost like a greed or some kind of like perversion that happens, or some kind of control over forces that we have no control over and that we're not meant to have any control over, right? But again, I was like, I'm not going to say anything, because if someone wants to pervert it into gold, then that is their journey, that is their eventual burden, that is their cross to bear. And the what I guess refer to as the trickster part of me is like, if that's what they get from it, let them, right? Because in my mind, it's one of those behind closed doors. That's when the truth of whoever or whatever comes out. It's not opportunity that makes thieves, but it is opportunity that reveals them. It's not power that corrupts anyone, but it is power that reveals what someone would do if they had it. And if all it takes is opportunity, or if all it takes is power for someone to do the unconscionable, then at the very least, it was always there within them. But maybe I shouldn't be like that. So, as I was thinking about it, I was just like, oh, let me pull cards. Let me pull cards and see. Also, another thing I kind of wanted to clarify, because it came out recently and I was going to clarify it in like the next live, but then it kind of like ran away from me, the live. And then I was like, who was this? Is that the dynasty? No, it's the Empress. Gloria Mundi, Rani is gay. With the warrior at the bottom of the deck? The warrior Empress? Okay. Master of the Mystic Light. I'm intrigued. Color me interested. It came out recently, especially every time I see the Demiurge, I guess, in this deck, the Four of Wands. I don't know what a Demiurge is, but from the context that I get, to me, it's an energy. It's almost like when we have no agency in our own lives and we don't exercise our free will, we do nothing to determine the outcome of circumstances and events in our lives. And so things just happen because we're not participating. When we are unhappy with how things play out, we sort of blame this greater system. Not that there isn't always a greater system, like, not that a greater system isn't present, but it's almost like blaming cause and effect because we don't like the result of what we did or didn't do. And it's like, girl, like, if you don't want to fall, don't jump off of the slide. You know what I mean? Slide down the slide. Don't get mad at gravity, because gravity is a thing. And so I feel like the sort of context that I hear, like the demiurge, is like there's these like forces that are in control, and there are these like powers that be. And like, while of course there could be, at the same time, we are acting in alignment in accordance with those forces. And so if we don't do anything different, if we don't exercise our free will, if we don't change the course of events, then they're just going to continue. And at a certain point, it becomes easier to blame this not completely, admittedly imaginary, but not omnipotent force for whatever. right? And to me, it's so like wild how like as above, so below is a thing, as within, so without is a thing. And these are things that are known. And so we can look at one situation or we can try to take a macrocosmic view, macroscopic view of a situation, and we can like be angry or upset or displeased. But in the microcosm of that same or similar sort of energy, we play the exact role that is that which we don't like in the bigger picture. And it's like, how is this okay? How is that okay? But in our everyday lives, we excuse, we participate in it. That's justice, right? If you would do something to someone else, then according to the laws of justice, you also deserve to have it done to you because you are no better than anyone else. You are no different than anyone else. And so if it's excusable and permissible when it happens to someone else, why would it not be when it happens to you? Especially if you're a perpetrator. You know what I mean? Like that's weird. And that's not about anything specifically. That's just like things in general. And so when I said recently and in the past that like if I were devil energy, I haven't met anybody that I'd be afraid of. Because to me, whenever we come against or attempt to operate against and or with in conjunction with these like more systematic, bigger scale topic energies in these plays, if we're not at the very least self-regulated, then we have no like presence, or at the very least like no staying power, right? It's like imagine working very, very hard to get a seat at a table, to amplify the power of your voice to the point where it's heard and it's actually considered. And then you either A, never attend any meetings where those choices and decisions are happening, or B, you do and you never say anything. It's like we are still fighting against ourselves. What threat would we be to anything or anyone outside of us type energy? And I feel like a lot of times there is this interesting, really paradoxical, but very human. There's this interesting, very human thing of like, we are great work and we are these like warriors who are operating on these grand stages or whatever. But at the same time, like we can't even deal with our own personal stuff without like, oh girl, I'm in another spiral, I'm looping again, I'm doing this. And it's not to talk down, it's not to make us feel bad about where we are in our human experience, but it's like, and at a certain point, maybe that too is just another form of distraction, right? Even in our daily lives, there's a lot of good that we can do for other people. But at the same time, we can also use trying to help and triage and support other people to distract ourselves from the work that we need to do and to keep ourselves stuck. And so, again, it's like, yes, we can do some good, but ultimately in our own lives, we don't have that same presence that we try to hold for other people. So that's what I meant when I said it. Because it's not necessarily always and it's not necessarily often, but it's like if a thread of that comes out and then I see the demiurge for me, that's when I'm like, or if it's like devil energy and then the demiurge, and it's like we try to position ourselves to, and we are encouraged to, us 100 and I guess y'all, for anyone who resonates with like the chosen 100 and there's so much dissonance between, sometimes, not always, but sometimes there's so much dissonance between the things that we can claim to be for, stand for, or fight against, and how we actually show up in the 3D world and what we support in the 3D world. And again, it's like there's like some kind of disconnect somewhere where it's like knowing the rules, learning the rules, believing we know the rules, but then also thinking that they don't apply to us, which again is extremely human. And I guess you could call it a double standard. And so that's what I meant, or that's what I mean when I see that and I say that. But also, on the contrary, and it's so funny, it was a few weeks ago now, I was thinking about there are like, I took Latin in high school. I had the type of brain, I don't know if it's ADHD brain. I tried to get diagnosed. I didn't like the DSM didn't get me. She was like, she didn't clock me for that. So maybe tendencies, there's just things that randomly come to mind. And some things that randomly come to mind sometimes are Latin phrases that I learned when I took Latin in high school. And the phrase, I think it's like ego sum rex romanis et supra grammaticam. And it roughly translated to like, I am the king of Rome and above grammar, and I am above grammar. And then it was like that ego that is I am. And in my mind, I was like, okay, it's like interesting because we love to dive into the etymology of words and we love to tear words apart to almost create meanings that may be there in all honesty, but that we kind of sort of put there. And it's like, there's that sort of demonization of the ego, but then ego is just like I am. But to me, it's interesting because, like, that's the capital I that we sort of strive to be. Like, that's that kind of embodiment. Where on one hand, it's like demonized, but on the other hand, it's what we strive for. There's another thought I had. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna re up the Oracle juice, and hopefully, I won't be going to the restroom all night or in the middle of this. But hey, okay, I'm back. And so, of course, that takes me back to the Ul cycle, where we learn to be more or less in control of our own ego. We have that what I may be misappropriating and bastardizing to be the middle path approach that is, regardless of the ebb and flow of life, we can remain grounded and we can remain centered, right? And in that, that's when we are capable of holding that sort of presence that participates in those conversations, that influences, like we become the architects and creators of our own lives, right? And that's another thing to me. that's where things get tricky, you can say. Because it's like, it is, on one hand, it's weird, could be considered weird to like treat demiurge as this evil whatever, while at the same time striving to be a demiurge. Escape the matrix, manifest your life in the world as you see fit. And it goes beyond ourselves. And like, when we consider the world to be manifestations of ourselves, and if we have the attitude of anything that we see as a reflection of us, and then we also have the goal, or the we're trying to achieve this, like making the world as we making our experience in the world as, like, we're trying to control the events and goings on, circumstances, the people that we come across, every aspect of our lives we're trying to control. And again, not just our life, but the lives of the people that we interact with, if we choose to. And is that like not being the demiurge to somebody else? Which is why, again, on one hand, I say that's interesting. But on the other hand, it's like, is it though? In our own lives, sure. When it comes to other people, that's when it's like. But anyway, when we can have that sort of stability within self, that keeper of Karnak energy, the keeper of Karnak energy is one, but the keeper of Karnak is one of the lights, as far as I know, right? It was, to be completely fair, it was Russ's in Karnak. But when I was listening to it, the story of it and how it was like playing out in my mind was like, oh, this, in real Karukian mythos, this is filed under Keeper of Karnak energy. And for me, it was just like a metaphor, a story, a string of words to put towards a certain energy. You know what I mean? Like, it's this red, round thing with seeds that you can eat, and it has a core. Oh, it's an apple. Well, it's what I'm going to call an apple. I don't know what the official name is. I mean, it's called different things in different languages, right? Kind of, sort of like that. So, Keeper of Chronic Energy to me is a light that is so bright that it intensifies our darkness. And if we struggle with our own darkness, that's when like the shadow work and everything else comes into play, where we can maintain our constitution, integrity both in terms of like our moral, ethical sort of standing, but also integrity in terms of like constitution, composure, right? A sense of self, I guess. What I would call an ego, or at the very least, a healthy ego. If we can maintain that in our darkness, our shadow not go so wild and out of control that we're just like reacting like crazy under the presence of this like intensely bright light, then there's a certain test or initiation that we pass. I don't necessarily know if there is a keeper of the I would say I don't know what to call that without using certain words and language. I would almost say, I guess it's kind of sort of devil energy, but not really. I was almost tempted to say that there is no real keeper of on the dark side where the keeper of Karnak is on the light side, because a part of that is just us overcoming the human condition. But and again, I don't have it's like it's a darkness that is so dark that it's like it's a darkness that's so, but it's not dark. because darkness will break us. It's a like if it were a character, it would be a character of shadow that lurks in the darkness. That it is like a temptation, but it's not a temptation because this isn't a darkness that pulls on the shadow. This is a darkness that causes our light to flare, but in our light flaring, it like warps and distorts itself. So, for example, this it's basically the Knight of Swords that came out with I think the Six of Cups and the Three of Swords maybe behind it, where it was the Fool, the Ace of Cups, and the Ace of Swords on the other side. It's like when we're confronted with something that almost triggers us into self-righteous whatever, and we're so overly whatever that we almost like don't catch the truth of what's going on. And so it's almost as if like if some like it's like when innocents get harmed, but like we think that we're in the right, kind of don't. I don't have a word for it. I don't have a name for it. And it can be just as I would almost say even more damaging than that like Keeper of Karnak energy. And what makes it worse, it feels like with the Keeper of Karnak, when the shadow flares, it's almost more self damaging. But with the Shadow Keeper, because it's our light that is triggered, and light is an expressive element, darkness is persistent slash it exists. Light is expressive, it emanates, it radiates. It almost like it causes us to harm others, but it causes us to unduly and unjustly harm others while we are convinced that we're in the right because we're standing in our light. And I would say that one's almost more damaging because it affects other people. And maybe it doesn't play out any different, but I would imagine that karma that is generated at the expense of others is calculated different than karma that we generate at the expense of ourselves. And depending on who we are and what our journey is, those calculations can vary even more, right? But we have the master of the mystic light here. I was just shuffling the cards. I didn't even started pulling, and it's been 44 minutes. The Seeker and the Archangel Commander. I think I'm going to have reversals in here. Wait, I think I would have just put reversals in here. Yeah, yeah. Right? What what am I doing? I don't need these to face the same way. Do I know how to shuffle? I feel like death and oh well. Oh, I just saw the title card. Seeing the title, like the title card is different. the Chariot in reverse with the Champion upright. And the Ivory Shield is behind the Champion. The Ivory Shield in this deck in particular is my BTFU STFU Mind Business Queen. She is the enforcer of the boundary that the title card represents for me. AKA, she's the one that protects sacred lands, sacred energies, right? So if I'm, and like it happened through circumstance, if the Ivory Shield pops out, like when I'm reading for someone, right, then to me, that's the card of whatever lies behind this Ivory Shield. And it's this messenger of Earth or to Earth. Um, Either I don't have enough understanding to communicate it in a way that's going to be beneficial or accurate for the person I'm reading for, or it's just something, it's like it's something that's between the other person and the divine, and it's not for me to intrude upon. And she is that for me because that's how she came out. So it doesn't mean that I can't give like context or that I can't express like the energy and the vibes, but it's like not for me to interpret, you could say. Whereas I attempt to like translate everything else. And then when she came out, Tower in reverse, ooh, 10 of Cups in reverse. Then when she like came out, she came out, I said that the other person, because again, it was like in a personal scenario situation reading. They were like, "Oh my gosh, yeah, like da 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 da," and I was like, "Oh my gosh, like that." That's not how I work. That's not how I operate. The energy said it, but and to be fair, there are also times where maybe she could be a symbol of like say something as you see it, right? Because it was largely how I felt it, but because I don't personally resonate to it, and because it was like a way that I don't operate, I was like trying to like go too far into the translation of it. I didn't have words that translated into, but the other person did. I told them red, shiny fruit, has a core and seeds, and they were like apple, and I was like, oh my gosh, yes, apple. Okay, thank you. I forgot the word. I mean, I never knew. It was one of those like, oh, like I didn't know that that was the word for that. We have the concept of apples where I come from, but we don't actually have any. I was like, whoa, apples are real. And she's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, that's crazy. Not my journey. Anyway, I don't know if the point of this was lost, but I'm going to pull before and after silver and gold. How I default to uh, the Mercury, how I default is obviously how I read it. It's more than how I read it because I could have read it the way that I did and I could have pushed it. And I kind of sort of did. It popped into my mind too as like a further step. But again, sometimes it is a matter of reverence or it's a matter of respect that we more or less restrain ourselves, that we rein in our own greed, for example. We leave some candy for everyone else. Okay. I know how to shuffle this deck. But for some reason, my brain was short circuiting, and I could not figure out how to not put reversals in this other one. So just admit that there's something that needs to come out in reverse. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull before and after silver and gold. I was also going to pull before and after Quicksilver, maybe Mercury, maybe Rotatio, maybe Antimony. Antimony. Oops. Ouch. Was that not too much? When I saw the gray wolf, I mean, it was more than just not too much. The gray wolf was also like, oh, okay. So part of this is to go beyond. And the whole thing, not the whole thing, one of the things about that intermediate alchemy is it's a combination of forces, it's a combination of factors. It's intermediate to advanced because it is a genius way of playing with the fundamentals of a thing. Turning lead into gold is like alchemy 101. Again, to us non alchemists or to the mundane human, that is peak, that is the pinnacle of whatever. But once you break into the alchemical world, it's like that's step zero. To be considered an alchemist at all, like you would have to turn lead in, you would need to be able to turn lead into gold. True alchemy, or the alchemy of alchemists, lie far beyond that. Reddening is here, which gives an aspect of vitality. It's also number 15. This aspect of vitality, though, it's like an aspect of life force, which is why I would default to respecting the Great Wolf. I'm good with silver. Okay. Silver shines eternally in second place, and sometimes we have to be okay with that. You know what I mean? There are, I'm sure, cases, scenarios, and situations where silver is preferable. According to Apothecary Diaries, silver is useful in testing for like poisons and stuff. Silver utensils and like plates and stuff like that because silver will tarnish. So if your silver is tarnishing and all you got is a bowl of tomato soup, then you're like, okay, tomato soup doesn't tarnish silver. So what in this soup that you're feeding me is making my silver tarnish or corrode? Because it doesn't do that under normal circumstances. So it's like an indicator, and it indicates things that like gold may not, right? Also, it's okay to be a support. Being a support doesn't make you or anything less than. Support, like if support functions and functionaries are vital and necessary to the operation of a thing, then they're just as important because without that support, the infrastructure would give and the whole framework would crumble. So, how could that be of any less import than the function of the building or the technology inside or the business or people that conducts itself, lives in that space? How would the support be any less important? You know what I mean? To some people, it is. F around and find out. F around and find out. And we do. Hopefully, we don't necessarily have to continue to. We do. We have. We will. Anyway, there's something about this reddening. It plays with life force. Meaning, I don't know if it's dangerous, but it has an energy that it's like if you try to do too much, it's one of those movie, uh, video game, anime, book, TV show, whatever. It's like that kind of magic. Well, like it's when people substitute like their own life force for whatever, and so it shortens their lifespan. And maybe that's because a human conduit is only supposed to do so much, right? Our bodies are tailor made to be piloted by one consciousness, and that is the one that is born into it. So when you get these other energies and spirits and vessels that try to come in and do whatever voluntarily slash invited or not, maybe that starts to mess with that whole brain body connection, or maybe that produces some kind of symptom. I don't know, but that's the energy that this redditing is giving off. What's at the bottom of the deck? Not ash. Well, yeah, you literally burn out the raven's head. Maybe it was ash. We burn out. You're channeling too much magic. You're gonna burn out. They went niffing. The magic overtook their body. But that's the thing. I don't think I got on. That's why I didn't get all the way there. It's a part of that rule cycle. It's when the ego becomes the ego, right? I am. And to me, for me, just because I am doesn't mean that you are not. I am, you are, we are. Over here. But I think sometimes, I don't know if it's like this hierarchy, and it goes beyond a hierarchy. I don't know. It's this like, maybe it's that Darwinian sort of brain, because the best adapted obviously thrive the most readily. But it's sometimes it's like there can only be one person at the top or whatever. Like I'm the type of person, I have multiple best friends. Some people are like, you can only have one because it's the best. Like best is superlative. Only one can be the best. If everyone was the best, then the word best would have no meaning. I don't know. I have multiple best friends. And the best friends of my best friends, sometimes they're also my best friends. They're my honorary best friends, right? I love my best friends' best friends. Like I had one friend that was almost like he had like two best friends and I was one of them. And it was so weird. And he was like, well, only one of you can be my best friend or something like that. And I'm like, he can be your best friend because I'm not about to compete. Hello. And then also there was another friend I had who like we were close in that phase and someone else was like, oh, I'm her best friend. I was like, okay, like you can be her best friend. You know what I mean? Hello. Anyway, I am, you are. I don't have to force or push or but also because I am and I know that I am. So what you're not going to do is tell me that I'm not. And if that upsets you, that's your thing to work out. Maybe that's unnecessary. I'm blaming that oracle juice, even though it's water. You know what? Sagittarius North Node says, "Stop playing with these folks, and stop letting these folks think that you're somebody to play with." And I'm like, I'm a Pisces. I just want us all to get along, but also I'm a Taurus Moon and Rising. So let me stop. Okay, there was the blur. All right, so I'm gonna pull before and after. Antimony, silver, and gold. An hour into the video. Can you believe? If you're new here, maybe not. If you're a regular, then this is not new for you. I'm gonna pull before and after antimony. Before antimony is gonna be silver. After antimony is gonna be gold. I'm gonna pull before and after silver and gold, and then how do I want to do this? Mm, For silver, I'm going to use the SKT Revelations edition. For gold, I'm going to use the SKT Vitruvian. I almost want to do it the other way. And basically, also, I have to keep in mind my own beliefs, right? That's why the Queen of Cups represents what she represents to me. And that's why I honor her and I honor title cards. I try to be flexible. If the energy reads like something, I do my best to read it as it reads, even if I don't necessarily personally agree, even if it don't necessarily resonate for me with me. Because as someone who attempts to read for other people, and as someone who believes that we're all different and we have our own journeys, I have to at least try to be flexible and open enough to other truths that I can read them, I can communicate them, even if they're not necessarily mine. I'm not perfect, but that's why I'm doing this, right? Because again, my default inclination was like, we go for the silver out of like respect, right? We don't go for the gold because this is a realm that we should not seek control over. These are forces that have been, will always be. It is knowing beyond our own. And to attempt to force or invoke or control in any way is to invite disaster, is to invite, again, that's why reddening, that's why that vital force, that's why that lifeblood sort of like came out, how I'm interpreting it. Number one was the cost if we do too much. Number two was the cost if we do too much. But again, I'm doing this because maybe it is for some people to go for gold. Maybe I'm just a silver girly. And because I'm a silver girly, it doesn't mean that no one can go for the gold. So I'm trying to be open and flexible enough to, not that it, but again, that's also why, ooh, look, Hyros Gamasa, chemical wedding. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Um, I was talking about something earlier. I don't remember. Hyros Gamos distracted me. Venus. Venus and Hyros Gamos. Interesting. Interesting. Excuse me. I don't know. I feel like, in my mind, things make sense. Not always. I feel like to me, there's a rhyme and a reason that is fairly like clear and or evident. But to others, I think it may almost read as not hypocritical, maybe paradoxical, because I account for, like, I'm a Pisces. I account for a lot of nuance. And I'm like a vibe, energy type of, you can't do everything with everybody. And every scenario and situation is not the same. And so like sometimes you got to treat different situations and scenarios differently because they are different enough that it validates and it almost necessitates that treatment. And so I think sometimes, like, there have been people in my life that, like, well, in this scenario environment, I act like believe this, and that scenario environment, I act like believe that. So they try to interpolate and assume that I align with other stuff, either in my beliefs or they like try to project how I will. And I'm like, no. And sometimes, like, some people assume I'm like trying to be difficult or whatever. And I'm like, that's that, this is this, and that is something completely different. Like, why don't you, like, hello? Like, you know? But again, that's why I'm doing silver and gold, because maybe I'm wrong. And this is my very, very, very long winded, maybe high horse attempt at trying to give you your flowers and maybe potentially review. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look before and after silver, gold, antimony. Excuse me, I'm going to give this a cut. I'm going to look from the bottom, and instead of 3 cards, I'm going to look at 2. We're going to switch it up. Now, I have the wild unknown. I want to do like an alchemy of archetype and an archetype of alchemy. I'm not always great at the follow through, but that's what I was initially thinking when I sat down. That's what I'm going to attempt to do. The alchemy of the archetype and the archetype of the alchemy. Antimony gets no. Archetype is just the alchemy. Sure. I almost want to say. Anyway, before, I'm going to forget. Before is, let's do alphabetical. ALAR. So before is going to be the alchemy of the archetype. After is going to be the archetype of the alchemy. Meaning, the alchemy of the archetype is like there's this archetypal energy, and like this is the sort of like alchemy that it's known for. But the that was the alchemy of the archetype. The archetype of the alchemy is like there's that one was, I'm like confusing myself. The other one is like there is this sort of like alchemy, but it's being expressed in a certain archetypal way. And so it may not necessarily be how we would always think of it, right? Like fire is, you could say it's about destruction, but there's like the aspect of it that is like purging. It is the destruction of something that is of corruption or that needs to be destroyed. So yes, it's still destruction, but it has a like a cleansing sort of modality to it. Or it could be like if something like motivational comes out, it could be like the destruction of an obstacle and an almost like Ganesh type of thing. You know what I mean? I do my best over here. Bottom of the deck is Mars, and under Mars is Jupiter. 5 and 6. Interestingly enough, one is kind of hand open, the other one is a closed fist. This is generation. It's almost like if these were diamonds. Question mark. Yeah, if these were diamonds, it's like you would put coal question mark in Mars's hand, and Mars would like crush it, provide enough pressure to turn that coal into a diamond, because you go from like 1 gold to 3 gold in the open palm of Jupiter. So that's the vibes. Guess what is under Jupiter? The Great Serpent, Ouroboros, aka the card we looked for last time. Interesting. Oh, look! Ouroboros, Lightning, and the New Pearl. This is the process of releasing. After the fist is closed for long enough, provides enough pressure to turn that lump of coal into a diamond, the fist has to open to release the diamond. And that's this. The Ouroboros is this almost like a loop or the incubation of that lump of coal. Lightning is when it turns into a diamond, but it's also the process of like releasing all of that pressure. And then the new pearl is the diamond that emerges. Cool. And then against nature in resin. Against nature in resin, this feels like what happens when the diamond isn't released. It's almost like after the pearl. Is it? I don't know. Because I feel like when it comes to pearls, you have to like break the oysters or the clams open to get the pearl. I don't know if they naturally release them. Oh, girl. Ultimately, I'm declaring, ultimately, it's not relevant. The point is, if it's not, maybe the whole thing about against nature is like there was so much pressure that needed to be exerted to create the diamond slash pearl that when the time comes to release it or let it go, like the pressure has been applied for so long that our whole routine, like routines are set, patterns are formed, habits are made. There's a lot of like attentiveness and dedication, effort, care that went into the creation of the thing. And so now it's like this 180 where instead of it being closed so tightly that it has this immense pressure, it needs to be released. But and again, it's like if we don't, it sort of remains encased in this resin. Why did I see that? I think it's Abbott Elementary. It had to be a Halloween episode where one dude was dino DNA and the other girl was like, I'm a mosquito trapped in amber. I did just see that. Abbott Elementary. Anyway, that's fine. That's besides the point. Let me look for the ones I'm looking for. So, before gold is Rex Marinus, the drowned king, with all that gold floating in the water. Here's gold. And then we have Rotatio after. I need more space. More space. Now we look for silver, and I'm also looking for the antimony. Sometimes I like saying antimony. Maybe because of Antigone, Pygmalion, and huh? No, I don't think so. Antigone may have been the daughter of Oedipus. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. This is so far removed from, okay. Silver is with the sun. So the sun is before. Then we have silver. And benevolent guide spiritus rector is after silver. So the last one to come out will be antimony. Before antimony is mortifactio, mortification, antimony, and then ferrum, iron, also associated with Mars. Cool. Well, it was coagulatio, coagulation, but fumus, smoke, is here. Oh, of course, the presence of smoke makes everything crystal clear. Maybe smoke just means there is like an incredible amount of nuance here. Okay. So the alchemy of silver is mortification. The alchemy of gold is iron. Right off the rip. Gold is iron. The thing about iron that sticks out in my mind, especially in this deck in this book, it's a time to rely on only what is reliable. And again, with the whole when we have when the ego becomes the ego, I am. It is for some to be golden. There was a card that I did almost go for this deck. It may not even be here. Oh, it's right here. Okay. It was in my hands. I don't really want to do this. But I can't allow, it's a time to rely on only what is reliable. The thing is, it almost gives a potential pyrite energy. Pyrite being like a fool's gold or the gold of fools. Well, there's a difference between fool's gold and the gold of fools. The gold of fools is something that is incredibly valuable, but the knowledge of the value of the thing isn't widely known. So only the fool can discern the true value in the thing. Fool's gold is just like for anyone trying to make a quick buck, thinking they just got rich. You take it to the whatever, you act like it's not like that's one of those like money changes people. And so you're already like changed by the money, and then you go and find out that like it's not real gold. And you're like, but I've already like done all of this stuff. Not you specifically, unless it is you, in which case, hey, sometimes we do better by recognizing who we are, how we are, and where we are, because then we can truly move forward if that is our choice. As long as we lie to ourselves and deny who, how, and what we are, It makes it a lot more difficult for the wheels to do anything but spin. It gets no traction. Golden Atlantean Dragon helps you remember the wisdom of Golden Atlantis. Awaken, bring back your knowledge, gifts, and talents, reclaim your mastery. With the Earth and Fire Dragon under it, works with you to clear the fifth dimensional ley line. When you give, you receive. I didn't know there was a Golden Atlantean Dragon. There's another gold dragon. The Golden Christed Dragon is the one that came to my. There's a Golden Solar Dragon. Helps you stand in your masculine power with wisdom. Let your DNA be reprogrammed and light codes activated. Dino DNA, obviously, she's the one. She's the one. Okay. I'm glad I picked this deck up, right? I was like, oh, girl, I don't know if I want to go there today. And it's like, don't let whatever stop you from picking up the deck you know you're supposed to pick up. There's my confirmation right there. Thank you. That's the dragon that we're looking before and after. Why? It's that energy of like it's time to rely on only what is reliable. Gold is there to be claimed by those who gold is to be claimed by. If you are golden and you settle for silver, you're living in mistruth. You're not operating in your authenticity. There are a lot of people who claim to be gold. There are a lot of people that strive to be gold. Not everyone is in every category. We are all gold. Even if we are silver, we can be like a golden hued silver, right? But this is a power that is rightfully claimed, actually like used appropriately. And the thing, this came out recently ish. I don't remember the context fully, and I'm already forgetting it as I'm trying to recall it. And I don't know if the message of iron came out when that energy came out. The it's a time to rely on only what is reliable. Like there are some reliable individuals who like need to be relied upon at this time. In times of like great transformation and transition, almost this is almost that we saw, but it's like for someone to actually be a mentor. This is like Hierophant energy. This is SKT Hierophant energy, where others may step into like an SKT Holy See energy. And the difference between the Holy See and the Hierophant is a proper guide, guru, mentor, in between teacher. And the Holy See is one that uses its position to accumulate power and to use that power for whatever means it wants to. Golden Solar Dragon helps you stand in your masculine power with wisdom. Let your DNA be reprogrammed and light codes activated. Become an. It is flanked by the Magenta Dragon, enables you to bring forward your soul wisdom. Awaken your soul memories and higher spiritual understanding. Prepare for accelerated ascension. And the Royal Blue and Gold Dragon strengthens you to stand in your power with wisdom. Awaken to your own majesty. Wear your cloak of power with pride. It is so much. I'm so glad I picked this deck up because it was almost ruined. I was almost like, oh. See, I try to not be. When I know that I'm in my way, especially, I'm like, okay, I structured this way for a reason and for a purpose. This is the reason and this is the purpose behind why I'm even open to gold being a thing. Because there are some, it's like For example, let's say the candy on the porch, right? There's an understanding between the people in the house and someone else that, like, hey, like, oh, I forgot that, like, I don't know, the money you gave me to buy candy, like, I put your candy in the bowl with everyone else's candy. So if you just like come and get your candy out of the bowl, then like you can take it and distribute it where you're going to distribute candy. And they're like, okay. So maybe there's, again, with the other metaphor, the other story of the person who wished for whatever and then they got jealous that somebody wished for something else. When that's like, it's not necessarily entirely the point. It's like someone takes one piece and then they see someone come and take like half of the bowl and they're like, oh, that person got half of the bowl. Like, I want more. And so then they go and take like the rest of the candy. That person that sees the other person take half of the bowl, they don't know the agreement and the understanding that happened behind the scenes. They're completely unaware. All they see is on the surface or in external reality. Hey, this person just did this thing. I'm going to do it too. And then if event circumstances play out where they get a little bit of tower energy, we'll say, not for any particular specific reason, but they get a little bit of tower energy. And like the other person is in like the sun and like the lovers and this gorgeous energy. It's like, hey, we did the same thing. Like, why aren't they being punished for taking all of this candy? And it's like, because they had the right to what they took. There was an agreement where they could take half the bowl because they put in for that half the bowl. Your agreement was that take one piece, leave some for everybody else. That's again why it's important to know where we fall and sort of like what our thing is. Anyway, I was reluctant, but we have enables you to bring forward your soul wisdom and strengthens you to stand in your power with wisdom. I love this combination. Also helps you stand in your masculine power with wisdom. The Empress literally came out with the warrior. We saw the Empress in the Son of Cups, and then we saw the Empress with the Father of Cups. That was the Empress that was supporting the masculine to step into its divinity fully, to become the divine masculine that she is the divine feminine counterpart to. And then they're golden, literally. That's this gold. We saw those cards. Goodness. It took me like an hour and a half to get here, but obviously the detour was worth it because here's your confirmation. It is a time to rely on only what is reliable. This is very much so a reliable energy. Bring forward your soul wisdom. And I almost want to say, like, the wisdom of the bird is not the wisdom of the bee, and the wisdom of the bee is not the wisdom of the bird. Well, I wanted to say the wisdom of the bird is not the wisdom of the bee, and vice versa. Interesting. And Mars is here. Maybe that's the thing here. Because again, we saw against nature, and it was the new pearl against nature and resin. We have Mars and Jupiter here. It is this golden energy. Again, Mars with iron. It is this one that knows how to let go. It is this one that knows how to allow. It is this one that allows for expansion. The closed fist will cause something to rot and decompose. Because after all of that pressure used to create the gold, used to create the diamond, it's like someone cannot let go. And if someone cannot let go, they're not reliable. A teacher who cannot expand their own learning and knowledge is not a reliable teacher for many seasons. They will keep you stuck in a past that they are stuck in. Or will keep you from worlds that they themselves are not either open to or privy to. again, we saw the ivory shield. I have to acknowledge what is beyond me. And I can try to equip someone to go further themselves, but again, I have to acknowledge what is beyond me. Oh, I'm so glad I did that. I'm not even gonna look for the other dragon. I'm so and see like if I wouldn't have seen that clip from Abbott Elementary when I was scrolling through shorts, I wouldn't have gotten that because I didn't watch Jurassic Park. Consequently, like a week ago, it was on the screen at when I was at the gym, and I did see like the beginning of the movie. Um, but I literally just saw that. Resin gave me that Dino DNA, and then Golden Solar Dragon said also the is here, but this sun is with silver. Okay. Anyway. See, now I gotta go to the restroom. I'll be back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Yeah, it's like hitting me hard. Okay, I'm back. I try to like slowly come back because I realized the volume was just paused. Every now and then I try to be mindful. Um, anyway, so again, a needless insert from moi para ti, from me to you, from moi para ti. Oh, that's like for you, from me for you. What is two? I don't know if I know how to say two in Spanish. Ah, right? From moi a ti, ti. It doesn't matter. I'm going to distract myself. The trickster in me would just give the message, and because I can't interpret anything for anybody. And I used to try to take on more responsibility with that than I can. But like deliver the message. And then if someone wants to take on the mantle of gold and be crushed under its weight because whatever, it's not for me to clarify, right? If I do a reading and I'm like, oh, the sign says take a piece or two, leave some for others, and someone else is like, oh, well, like if no one's watching, then I'm gonna take whatever. Or maybe I would just be like, there is this pot of candy that is sitting on the porch, and there's gonna be some signage. Obey the signage, right? I don't necessarily feel like it's for me to always be like, if you take more than the signage allows, prepare yourself for some kind of whatever. Because if you're the type of person that's going to take more than is granted or allotted to you, then you're going to take more than is granted or allotted to you. You know? Anyway, that's my piece of it. Just for like clarification. Also, your intuition, discernment, personal connection, relationship will let you know how many pieces are for you to take, right? That's when your presumably your spirit team, your intuition, discernment, the divine will tell you, oh, like there's an agreement and there's an understanding between us. You put in an order or you pitched in, and I'm going to need you to take enough to distribute somewhere else. So I know the sign says take only one or two pieces, but it's okay for you to take half the bowl because you're going to give that, like spread it around in another neighborhood or whatever, right? Whatever that agreement is between you all. Your intuition and discernment will tell you. That's also why I'm comfortable being a little bit more vague. Cool. And, there are some people who are going to be like, oh, yeah, like I'm taking half the bowl to distribute. And they're like, yeah, distribute to my gut. People are like that. Sorry. Anyway, let me breathe. And focus. So here's the antimony. I am so glad I picked up that deck because I really was like, if this gold, like, I'm not looking for fool's gold, but it was for the gold of fools, the fool that recognizes, the one that can release. All right, I'm done. I'm done now. Let me continue because it's already been an hour and 37, and I haven't even put clarifiers on top of these yet. So, and it's so like, yes, the yes, but no, but yes, the yes of like why I'm using, because again, my default was to like switch the decks, but this makes so much sense. Cool. Sometimes you just gotta trust and follow your intuition, and I do my best to again be open to different interpretations, especially if it's for it may be of benefit to somebody else in a way that it may not be for me, but also why I leave room for me to be wrong. Because who am I but a man? And this is because I am who I am, how I am. This is how I honor the role that I am playing right now. That I don't necessarily feel an obligation to play, but if there is a benefit in me stepping into the role, then, you know, if I can, then why not? If it'll be, again, a benefit. Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. So I'm looking, how I'm doing this. Trickster rules apply. So I'm going to pull the card after the card before and the card before the card after. So I'm pulling before number 69, after number 49, before number 57, and after number 1 to get the alchemy of archetype and archetype of alchemy. Now, what's interesting, I didn't notice that there's a difference of 20 between the LXIX of 69 Rotatio and the XLIX of Rex Marinus, the Drowned King. Also, because Rotatio is Rotatio, if you rotate the position of the L and the X, you would get the other number. A difference of 20 is judgment. we saw the Archangel Commander with the Seeker. The Seeker is one of the fools. Cool. I've already shuffled this several times, so I'm just gonna give it one more of these. Apparently, Chino wanted to come in, even though it seemed like Chino had laid down for the night. The Sword at the bottom of the deck. And Thanatos. Oops, under that. The Sword, Thanatos, and the Creator. This is interesting. Thanatos and the Creator is interesting, and the audiobook series that I'm listening to, where the concepts manifest manifest in the Norse pantheon on Earth. The concept of death, of course, manifests as hell. And for some reason, with the connection of Earth, death does something that it doesn't usually do, which is number one, participate in the politics of this newly created world, because death as a greater concept is just like, you know. But also, death creates something new. And people are like, whoa, like not only is death involved, but death is creating a new form of undeath, of the undead, which is interesting because in the other audiobook series, the god of death and the god of undeath are opposing forces. The god of death does not create undead, but in this series, the god of death does. Anyway, it's fine. Thanatos and creation. The sword and Thanatos, though, because I'm really only taking like two, the bottom two. The sword and Thanatos is such an interesting energy because and like I don't know. The sword cleaves the realm of Thanatos. And I don't know what that means, honestly. Because on one hand, it could be like in the realm of Thanatos, there is a process, even in Gentry Chow. I just watched her show on Netflix. There is a concept of the underworld that's like there's basically once you work through your karma in the underworld, then you're reborn. In DU. So it's almost like the sword in Thanatos is like this shortcut. It could be. It feels like it's beyond that. I don't know. It's just it intrigues me. And then the creator was here, and I was like, okay. Or the sword, the sword Thanatos and the creator could be an energy that's like people, plants, and animals aren't the only things that die. Dreams die. Um, Epochs, or an epoch has like a period of time where the like cultures die basically, or like not only dreams but like ideals and like how people like things like that can die. And so it could be like the realm of everything that's ever ended. So maybe someone cleaves the realm of Thanatos and your favorite show gets an extension to the original run, not just a reboot. Now that is like take it as it resonates. Let me just leave it alone because, like I said, there's something happening between the sword and Thanatos that I'm not getting. That it ain't. That's my Queen of Cups. If this means something to you, especially with the magenta, also the creator. We, in a way, magenta, royal blue, and gold could be like a red, blue, green, magenta, cyan, yellow. Is it magenta, cyan, and yellow? Three primary colors that all of the other colors can be mixed to create. See, in my mind, that's like, oh, that is a very interesting whatever. I just got to leave it because it's already been an hour and 40, however many minutes. That's a whole nother video. And it's almost a Tria Prima situation, but because it is neither red, blue, yellow, or magenta, cyan, and yellow, it's a different Tria Prima. And your soul's wisdom is not only going to bring that knowing to your mind, but it's going to help you give it weight enough to stand in reality. And again, the gold of the fool who sees the value before others do, then it is known to be valuable. That's interesting. Should I put a pin in this? I'm gonna take a picture, and maybe this picture will remind me. And maybe I will. Maybe I won't, because it is extremely intriguing. And it's almost like because this is operating with a Tria Prima or with a palette, with a base palette that is unlike any other, it's going to be capable of producing colors that are unlike any other. Right? Like imagine you're working with red, magenta, and pink as your Tria Prima. You're going to be limited to various shades of red, maybe getting a little purpley, tints and hues of red, because they say pink is like a tint or a hue of red. It's not actually its own color. I'm not an artist or a color theorist. I don't know. And the medallion. Okay. And the medallion is behind the creator. Because the medallion is here, it's almost like permission given, permission granted. But that was the thing, right? There's the agreement of you can take half the bowl because there's something that you're going to do with this candy. That was the agreement between true gold or the gold of the fool. And I'll leave it there. I'm like getting like really like hyped up and excited, and that's not the point of this. Is there any point to this anymore? Maybe the whole point was just for me to see gold in another way. But for the silver folks, I'm not gonna leave you hanging. I'm gonna try not to. Oh, I'm looking at numbers. Ooh, girl. 50. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make this easier on myself. And I'm going to see, I'm going to use the table of contents to see what cards I'm looking for. I know it's 49, 69, 57, and 1. Number 1 is the mother. So I'm looking before 69 and 57. So before the vessel and the ring. The vessel is 69, which is interesting because the last slide. And then I'm looking after the mother and the fault line. And I mentioned the fault line because it felt like that egg was like cracked, right? If it's cracked from internal pressure, something's being born. If it's cracked from external pressure, something is being crushed. And that's the thing about iron. It's a time to rely on only what is reliable. If it's being crushed from the outside, anyway, it's not doing a good job of like withstanding pressure. And to be at the head of something and to cave under pressure is a destruction that is amplified beyond destruction. Because now we place ourselves at the root or the base or the foundation of a thing. And if it crumbles down there, the whole building topples. If the top of it falls off, or if something happens at the top, there's a chance that, okay, the foundation is good enough. We'll just do some work on the upper floors and we'll be fine. Anyway, all right, let's continue. It was the ring, the mother, the ring, the fault line. I already forgot. It's fine. I'll remember when I see it, right? The fault line. The fault line is number 49. So I'm looking before the fault line. Before the fault line is the judge. Here we go. I'm like, wait, no, I'm looking after. Sorry, I was looking at rotatio. After the fault line is the riddle. Oh gosh. The riddle of the drowned king. It's not much of a riddle. I feel like the answer to the riddle of the drowned king is there was an agreement, and that's why that person like didn't whatever. We'll dig into it. It wasn't the dead end, the mentor, the shapeshifter. I'm still like trying to remember. The vessel, that's what it was. I'm looking before the vessel. LXIX, LXIX. It's the lover. 57. So the fault line and the mother. No, I already saw the fault line. There's something else in the mother. The vessel and the mother. So the mother is number one. This is before, so I'm looking after. After the mother is the ocean. And then I'm looking for the ring. 57. This is after, so I'm looking before. Before the ring is the nectar. This is interesting. Under the ring is the queen. Interestingly enough, we have the tear, aka the tear, that was before whatever the card before the last one was. Actually, that might have been the card before the ring. What's interesting about this is we have the benevolent guide and the nectar, the bee and the nectar. And the corresponding card to the bee was the ring. Interesting. So before I made it easy on myself, it was the alchemy of the archetype. After is the archetype of the alchemy. So archetype, my brain just collapsed. Archetype of the alchemy. So we'll do archetype of the alchemy, which is the alchemy's archetype. The alchemy of the archetype. Brain. Girl. Ooh, girl, this is LOL. Maturity has come full circle. Very much so appreciated. Um, this is the archetype of the alchemy. This is the alchemy of the archetype. What's interesting is before both of these, there's the drowned king. Oh, before gold, we have the riddle and the drowned king. Before silver, we have the sun and the ocean. The drowned king drowns in the ocean. After gold, we have the lover and rotation. After silver, we have the benevolent guide and the nectar. So to have like the lover and rotation, the rotation of lovers, I was like, okay, girl. She's getting a little bit, dare I say, scorpionic. But also, oops, the nectar and the bee is like, you know, the stamen and the pistil and germination, not germination, pollination. Okay. Now, how do I want to averages? I'll do averages. So I'm using this for gold. I'm going to take the average of these two. I've already shuffled both of the decks, and I'm just going to pull that card from the top. So we have the average of 27, sorry, 17, XVII 17, and 69. 17 plus 69 divided by 2 is 43, which is a 7. So I want to do both of these at the same time, though. The other one is 49 and 53. 49 plus 53 divided by 2 is 51. So 43 and 51. 51 is a 6, 43 is a 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. It was 41 and 53. 43, 51. 41, 42, 43. The title card is card number 42. What's the meaning of life? 42. 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. Oh, yeah. The defector is in reverse at the bottom of the deck. The top of the deck was the warrior upright, the defector in reverse. When it comes to gold, there is no running. We can't claim gold and deflect responsibility or claim unfairly. Like the Eight of Cups away from gold after you're there. Interestingly enough, we have this Ace of Swords, the consummating. Consummating? Like the rotation and the lover, the rotation of lovers, when, you know. And then we have the consummating, meaning they're like to make this union sacred or whatever. Girl, tone it down. On the other side, we have the Empress in reverse. And I almost turned her upright, but I remembered that I couldn't shuffle this deck all upright. The Empress is in reverse here with the riddle of the drowned king. Maybe that's another answer to the riddle. How did the drowned king drown? Like, what was the difference between, and like to have the Empress in reverse here, where on the other side we have the rotation of lovers and the consummating, is interesting. But the divine masculine energy doesn't become divine masculine energy without the presence and support of divine feminine energy. And so it's like, I literally just saw that. Was it Chris Pratt? Not to like name drop. Oh. I don't know that man's life. I just saw a short that was talking about how Chris Pratt was married to Anna Faris. Is that her name? Back, when he was less successful or less well known, right? And then like he got the role on Parks and Rec, and then eventually landed Guardians of the Galaxy and maybe Jurassic Park again. And after he found success, there were like allegations, rumors of him like cheating, and then he divorced his first wife and then went for a second one. With that Empress in reverse, this drowned king type energy is very much so that energy. After the feminine does her role in supporting the masculine and helping him achieve whatever, then it's like he disrespects in whatever way that contribution. Either it's like he devaluates or doesn't honor the feminine that helped him, or he like ditches her for someone else. Doesn't necessarily have to be that. Whatever it is not. It is not sanctioned, condoned, confirmed by this Empress energy. Because the divine feminine isn't involved in this energy, the divinity of the masculine will crumble. That's how and why the drowned king drowns. Maybe. On the other side, again, we have the lover. We have the lover rotation and the consummating. Which again, if you got a rotation of lovers, they're consummating something. I think I was thinking of conjugal visits. The consummating came out before, and I was thinking of like conjugal visits. Let me Google it. Let's define consummating. Oh, it has mating in it. Consummate, make a marriage or relationship complete by having sexual intercourse. Complete a transaction or attempt make perfect. To complete a transaction. We'll go for that one. We're going to go for a complete transaction because the agreement that was made, the reason why someone can take half the bowl of candy This gold fulfills their agreement. They consummate that agreement, right? They're not like, oh, yeah, like I'm going to take half the bowl and I'm going to distribute it on the north side of town. And it's like their house is on the north side of town and they're distributing it between like today, tomorrow, and the next day, all to themselves. And again, it's one of those like, oh, like I didn't say where I would distribute, or it's like somebody who thinks they're clever or tries to be clever or tries to like dive into semantics and wordplay to like get over. Again, it's not an opportunity that reveals a thief. It's opportunity. It's not an opportunity that makes a thief. It's opportunity that reveals it. Reveals it. Got it. Let me just not get. Well, maybe I can afford to. This is long enough. I feel like I could timestamp, but I'm not. Maybe I'll just put gold up on the screen. That's what I'll do. And then I'll switch it to silver when an angel has flown the coop. What is this? Where is this? I opened up this text box that I already have instead of making a new element. And I double click it to change the text, and it says an angel has flown the coop. This is gold. I wish I could change the color to gold. No, it's fine. I want it to be readable. I don't know if that's even. There you go. Can you read that? It says gold, which completely defeats the purpose of me saying it if you can't see it. But there you go. What more is there to read? Oh, I was hesitant about reading those cards and it worked. I'll give you taglines. We have 1769. 1769 was 7 years before 1776. 43 is a 7. 7 years after 1769 was 1776, which is the year that the Declaration of Independence was signed. At the time of the Declaration of Independence, there were compromises that were made for that to happen. If I recall correctly, and I may not be because history was not my subject, I think when the Constitution was being written up, it may have been Sam Adams, it may have been somebody else, it may have been Thomas Jefferson who wanted to write it up to like free the slaves. And then I think Abigail Adams question mark, Sam Adams's wife question mark, also wanted it to be written that like women could like vote and have rights and stuff. But it was so contentious between all of them. They were like, we're going to leave all of that out of the Constitution. We need to agree on the things that we agree on so we can get this signed so we can be a united front against the British. And that, I guess it depends. It depends on the parties involved, right? For everyone that wasn't written into the Constitution that required like an amendment later, it was like, okay, like you can write the Constitution as we can declare our independence, but then like you're going to honor what you told me, right? Like you're eventually going to give me these freedoms, right? Because again, the Ace of Swords is the consummating, which is the honoring of that agreement or of those agreements. I'm reading taglines. 1769. The only reason why I know like 1776 is because in maybe American Lit, we watched the musical 1776. And so, makes it easier for me to remember. Not that it's necessarily difficult to remember as an American, but I did watch the musical. Okay, so this is the alchemy of the archetype. Wait, this is the archetype of the alchemy. This is after. So the archetype of the alchemy. So in the alchemy of rotation, it is the archetype of lover. So in the alchemy of the wheel, monotony, and cycles, this is the heart, the beloved, and the devoted. The heart of the wheel. You could also say the lover is about alignment. The consummating is not only acknowledging an agreement, but also honoring it. There's something about the lover being an expression of the alchemy of rotation that gives it a padlock energy. And it's like when you input the correct um, combination, it unlocks something. Iron is it is a time to rely on only what is reliable as the overall function of gold. I think there's an energy here. It's almost like a king maker. When a king maker makes a king, it does so for a reason. Because of this specific combination of cards, there is something, there is a turn of events that need take place, that something is due for. And there's a recognition that someone has to be the figurehead or bear a certain burden or be positioned in a certain type of way. But it's like that person, it is like a chosen type energy, but this is a person that is chosen because of how they will serve their people. This isn't someone who is chosen because they're so special and they're worthy and deserving of whatever. Again, like with that agreement, like, hey, like you take half of the candy and distribute it elsewhere. There is like this person is chosen because they're trustworthy. Whoever makes that agreement, they know that, like, okay, like if this person says that they're going to distribute the candy, they're going to distribute the candy, which is another reason why this is that like ego, I am energy. This is why, again, it's a time to rely on only what is reliable with iron. It's like, you know, that someone knows, the divine knows, whoever makes this agreement knows that they will deliver. They're not going to cave under pressure. They're not going to be swayed by circumstances, events, situations. They're not going to be bribed. They're not going to be brought so low that they can't do whatever. And again, it's like it's no tea, no shade to anybody. We are where we are, and we're all human. None of us are perfect. Perfection is not asked for. Perfection cannot be demanded because we're not perfect, but there's a certain level of consistency and integrity that can be expected. It's far fetched to expect it from many people, but where those agreements are made, they're made so like accordingly. And with this rotation, the lever consummating this like padlock energy, it's because it unlocks something. Someone is being entrusted with something sacred. And again, with the golden solar dragon, flanked by the magenta dragon, enables you to bring forward your soul wisdom. Royal blue and gold dragon strengthens you to stand in your power with wisdom. And the thing is, like, this is your power, enables you to stand in your power with that soul wisdom. And that's why in particular this gold is so well guarded, even though it looks like, with the metaphor of candy on the porch, like anybody can go and snatch candy. I mean, if you're there before somebody else takes all of it. If you get there when all the candy's gone, there's no candy to take. You can steal the bowl, I guess. you know? Anyway, there's this immense level of trust here. It is a time to rely on only what is reliable because this is your power. This is not a borrowed power. This isn't an energy of channeled power. It's your power. And if you decide to not honor your agreement, to not consummate your agreements, on one hand, it's like there's no one to stop you. That this energy came out recently. I think this is the energy that I was trying to recall earlier. It was the King of Cups, maybe? It was the self governing power. Whatever that energy came out with, the self governing power, this is self governing power because this is power. This is a power that's yours. And so if you're given permission to use your power in a way that can affect many or the very fabric of reality itself in terms of being instrumental in some huge change happening, right? If you have this groundbreaking discovery, for example, that you don't share with the world, or it's like if you create it but then patent it and like never use that patent and just lock it up behind a patent, then it does nothing to move forward. But if you create it and then open source it, now like anybody can have access to it and they can all like they can adapt it how it needs to be adapted. So like you serve as a nexus, basically. But under your own power, a power granted by agreements, but again, and it's not that there couldn't be repercussions, but it gives me, it's like, I want to say Apollo. Okay, well, not the best example, but it's like Apollo gave Cassandra the gift of prophecy because he liked her and she didn't like him. This is how I'm telling it. The specifics don't really matter. Apollo gave Cassandra the gift of prophecy because he liked her. She didn't like him, and her receiving the gift of prophecy didn't make her fall in love with him. She still didn't want him. And so, in anger, he couldn't take back the gift that he gave her, but he could make it so that no one believed her. And so she was the one that said, be wary of the horse at the gates. And the Trojans let the horse into Troy, I'm assuming. And the Greek soldiers popped out and whatever. But the point is, like, yes, the gift can be given, and there are things that could still be done to complicate matters, even if the gift can't be ungiven. Even if, like, the soul, wisdom, knowledge, power stance can't be ungiven, or it can't be taken back, there can be other things to cancel, negate, or make easier or more difficult the exercising of that power. It's very much so those who prove themselves responsible enough to handle great power. It's not necessarily power that's given followed by, like, okay, now you have to be responsible for it, because again, it's a power that's not lightly given. Cool. Awesome. On the other side, we have the Riddle and the Drowned King, which is 53 and 49. 45, 49. Rex Marinus, the Drowned King. This is the alchemy of the archetype rather than the archetype of the alchemy. And again, that's why. So, if it was like the alchemy of the archetype, if it was like the rotation of lovers rather than like the lover of rotation, that's what would make it more scorpionic and consummating in terms of, like, intercourse that makes official a marriage. But it was the other way around. It's honoring an agreement. That's why it's this, like, um padlock type energy. Input the correct sequence, that alignment, something clicks, unlocks, opens up. It is like, you could say, what is it? It's like you have one rotating force and then this other force that comes in, and it's like a harmonious interaction, so the thing rotates faster rather than it, like, if it's not in harmony, it'll be discordant and it'll, like, slow it down, if not stop it. You could say it reduces friction, and there's a lot of friction in a lot of places that could serve to be lessened. And this isn't, I would assume, this is Patrick. It's not a lessening of friction that is like chosen, willingful ignorance. It's not like pretending that it's not happening or blaming, or not even blaming, like on putting the burden of resolution on the party that is not, like, doing the thing. It's like, hey, stop being stabbed, rather than talking to the people who are stabbing folks and being like, it's like blaming the people being stabbed for being stabbed, and being like, hey, like, can you stop being stabbed, please? Because, like, it's ruining our image or whatever, rather than like, hey, like, can you stop stabbing people, please? Anyway, 53. Oh, that's 57. The ring. 53 is that card right there, the riddle. Cool. This is the alchemy of the archetype. So actually, the archetype of the alchemy, so that was the wheel of the heart. You see, I'm trying to, like, I'm doing my best to keep it straight, y'all. That was the will of the heart rather than like the heart of the wheel. But again, like, that consummation is what keeps a heart moving forward. Like, imagine being in a partnership. with someone that you constantly make like agreements and promises and plans with, and like the plans always fall through. They never honor what they say they're going to do. That's not going to move the heart in a direction that's like, I feel acknowledged, I'm happy in this connection. That's probably going to spin the heart towards, it's time to GTFO because this ain't it. You know what I mean? Now, over here, we have the alchemy of the archetype. So, the alchemy, the alchemy of the archetype. So, it could be ego collapse of the puzzle, losing face of the question, or humility of the mystery, because it's the alchemy of the archetype. Anyway, Rex Marinus, the drowned king, ego collapse, losing face, humility. The riddle is the puzzle, the question, and the mystery, with the Empress Gloria Mundi Arania's gate in reverse. That's so weird. It's like this thing was vibrating. It's doing it again. Was it the chair? No. It could be like the wind. I don't know. Rex Marinus. Again, it's ego collapse, losing face, humility, the riddle, the puzzle, the question, the mystery. So, losing face and ego collapse. This is like when the ego is still the ego rather than the ego. And that's the difference between this drowned king. The ego of the drowned king is in being the king. They think that the title of king or the crown that they wear makes them whatever. That's when like the crown makes the man rather than the man making the crown or whatever, right? But it's almost like, let's say that there's a king on a boat and the king is like, oh, I'm the king, blah, blah, blah. Or let's say there's a king that's kind of tyrannical, right? Or tyrannical. And then for whatever reason, they're on a boat somewhere and the boat starts to sink. And the king is yelling at the water, like, you can't drown, like, I am the king. You can't drown me. Or the king is yelling at the boat, like, I am the king and I command you to float. I command you to take me where I want to go, where it's like sprung leaks. It's sprung leaks. You being the king, you're not going to command the water to not rise. You're not going to command a sinking ship to float. And as much as you want to command your lungs to breathe air when they're full of liquid, it's like there are simply things that being a king can't do. And so maybe for the drowning king, the mystery is like, why is the ship not floating? Why are the waters not receding? Why can't I breathe? I am the king and I am commanding all of these things. And there was the whole thing about like not the emperor is the emperor because of the empress. The ankh that the emperor holds is gifted, granted by the empress, entrusted to him by the empress. It is because of the empress that the emperor can do whatever. It's like it's because of the empress that the commands of the emperor are obeyed, especially when it comes to natural forces. Now, if the emperor told the waters to recede, they would recede. If the emperor told the boat to float, it would float. And maybe the king has seen emperors being emperors and thought that they were just kings, or maybe they were emperors disguised as kings, or whatever. I mean, the emperor, the king is like, well, what's the difference between a king and an emperor? If an emperor can do it, then I can do it. And I think this is empty. Yeah, it's empty. And it's like, it's not the case. And so the king, as he's drowning, will wonder, will ponder, will question, well, what makes the emperor so special? And I would say, I don't know, ask the empress. She's the one that recognized her. She's the one that recognized him. And maybe he was the one that honored her, you know? Oh, and it's almost like as the king is drowning, there's almost this like another one claimed by the mystery. Like the king is one of these pieces of gold, like sinking to the bottom. And it's just like another one claimed by the mystery. Another one that couldn't solve the riddle, which is why. And again, this is with gold. This is the reason why it's important to honor where we are and to not put more on ourselves than we can bear. Right? It's almost like becoming a leader, becoming a boss or a manager, and like realizing that the job is about more than just telling people what to do. Or like you can't just delegate everything. Like there's actual work. Maybe not all bosses, but whatever this position is, it's like there's actual work that's done. Like if the boss is in their office on their computer all day, they're not on their computer on YouTube playing games, doing whatever. They're on there having meetings, they're on there collaborating, managing, assimilating information, presenting it to other people, making choices and decisions. Like there are things that they're actually doing, and it's almost like someone who gets in the position and they're like, this isn't what I thought it would be. And it's like, again, like on the other side, it's not any, it was the defector in reverse. Like the defector in reverse, you cannot step away from this once you claim it, right? It's like you claim sovereignty. Okay. You can't then be like, oh, this is hard. Like, I don't want to be sovereign anymore. It's like, you already claimed it, girl. You more than claimed it. You declared it. You decreed it. You commanded it. There is no going back. You can't be plugged back into the matrix. You want it so badly to escape, eat your sludge, and live in fear of the robots. Girl, sorry. It's almost an energy of something that's like, it's not all that it's cracked up to be. But again, that's why it's important for us to discern what truly resonates for us with us and what doesn't. Because depending, there are some things that cannot be undone, just as there are words that cannot be unspoken. We can apologize, we can try to forgive and move on and whatever. But once something is spoken, it can't be unspoken. And this, to be flanking gold with the Empress in reverse, that's like forcefully taken or attempted to be taken. The divine did not agree to, like, there was no agreement made. And because there is no agreement made, there is no obligation to, like, you can't be obligated to honor an agreement that was never made. You can't honor an agreement that was never made. It is literally impossible because the agreement wasn't made. You can ask, and in your floundering and your drowning and your splashing, not you in particular and whoever this resonates for, you can cry out to the heavens and hope, but with no agreement made, there is no obligation. And to claim to be king doesn't mean that you make demands and the world bends to meet them. Emperor, maybe, if you were chosen by an empress, right? And I feel like low key, low key, it is the drowning king who will look to the emperor and call them a demiurge. Because the emperor has an agreement. And not only does the emperor have that agreement, the emperor consummates that agreement. The emperor honors that agreement. The emperor makes good on what he promised. And so, because he does, he is aptly rewarded. Cool. That's that. But again, that's also in the message of iron. It is a time to rely on it is a time to rely on only what is reliable. The drowning king is not reliable. Or the drowning king proves himself unreliable. Himself, herself, themselves to be unreliable. They can't stand the weight of the pressure that they chose to take on. Cool. All right. So we have 57 and 58. Oh, I didn't even catch that. The bee and the nectar, 57, 58. Just like we had 5 and 6 of Mars and Jupiter. Well, the average of 57 and 58 is 57.5. How do I do a 0.5? Do I round up? Do I just take both? Maybe I'll take both. I'll make it easy on myself. Oh, I need to do the other one. And then we have 1 and 35. 36 divided by 2 is 18. Right? Let me just do the math, girl, because... Oops. 1 plus 35 divided by 2, 18. Thank you. 57 plus 58 divided by 2, 57.5. So I have 18, 57, and 58. That's how I'm doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, and 58. 59, 60, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 81. Okay, so that's 78 cards plus 2 more cards because there are 3 fools equals 80 plus 1 more card for the title card is 81. I just wanted to make sure I didn't skip 10. I count like that because it's quicker, but it also depends on memory. So. We have the Mason, 3 of Orbs, and the Archangel of Glory, Angel of Art and Grace, with a Mason. But she's giving me like stone mason, right? Like a crafts person, and the Archangel of Art and Grace. Interesting. Yeah. So a crafts person with the angel of art and grace. This is silver. Silver shines eternally in second place. Interestingly enough, maybe that's another reason why the drowned king drowns. Because what is reliable in this gold energy is someone who acknowledges who not only acknowledges but also honors their agreements and commitments. And it feels like that drowned king energy would go like, I'm king. Why do I have to honor whatever? Right? He was like, I'm gold, baby. I'm first place. I'm number one. Why would I care what anybody? Well, no, they do what I want. And I say that again because the Mason and the Archangel of Glory, this is the person that like carries through on what it is for them to create. And because their creation requires a hard to source or rare material or magical techniques, they are gifted, granted access to those materials and the knowledge of those techniques. So it's almost possible for a drowned king, yeah, sure, to look at silver and think that it's gold. Silver acknowledges that it is in second place. Silver acknowledges, like, again, just like with gold, like this is someone's power. This is their power. It is not a power of the divine, the big divine. This is not them channeling someone else's power. This is someone acting in their power. It is within your soul blueprint because of who you are, because of what you've gone through, because of your efforts being acknowledged. You have the power to do whatever. And that is permission granted for you to use your power. Just because you have power doesn't necessarily mean you can always use it, especially if you're operating within the jurisdiction of another. Or if you're in a position that can affect many people, right? But silver, this is like a vessel, a channel of someone else's power, the divine. And again, I feel like it is the human way we approach archetype. Not even because I feel like if you resonate with this, even like the default thing of it being silver, like we turn Mercury into silver. It's not for us to turn Mercury into gold because of how we respect. We respect other people, we respect spirit, and we respect the everything that encompasses those things. But again, because of the Mason, and it's giving me, I think, even in the Rider Waite Smith depiction of the Three of Pentacles, it's like they're, well, I think that's like a monk or something. There, I feel like there is a deck that I have. Actually, it's the Astro Matrix Tarot. It's like the sculptor, the mason, the craftsperson is given a blueprint and they're told what to design. The Archangel of Glory is the one giving the instructions. The mason builds it to specification. And again, shines eternally in second place. Now, what's interesting is, well, I mean, last time we had majors, this time we have majors. So, with the benevolent guide and the nectar, we have the chariot and the ebony shield, sanctum of treasures, and the chariot of Osiris. Now, what's interesting, okay, it's fine. On the sun and the ocean, we have the seeker, spirit in search of science. The sun and the ocean, or sun in the ocean, I was going to say it's a perplexing combination, but there was something that I've listened to recently, and it had to do with gods and mortals. I think it was an audiobook. It had to be. And effectively, it may have been the moon, but I think it was the sun. And it was something like, for a mortal to try to grasp the truth of the divine, whatever concept or deity it was, or for a mortal to claim that they know the divine, is like someone claiming that they know the sun because of the reflection they see on the surface of the ocean or something like that. It was something like that. It was either that, or it was a question of like, well, if like this deity or God or whoever is so powerful, why can't they do more when they're manifested in the world? And it's like, that's like the reflection of the sun on the, I don't remember specifically what it is, but the sun in the ocean was like confusing me as if the image wasn't hint enough. But it was that. It's like the truth of the deity is the sun, and we see its reflection on the surface of the water. And also, it's paired with the seeker. Now, there was a Tory gate on the winter card with the tear or the tier, which is at the bottom of the deck. Um, I'm watching this other show, which also has these like gateways. It had Tory gateways. I think it was like three of them. It's another isekai anime. Someone's born in another world, and he has a flashback to something that he doesn't remember. There was a goddess who had fallen in love with a human, but because the human was a human, they couldn't be together when he was on Earth. But he could be reincarnated in a world where he could reach some level of divinity and then they could be together. But he wouldn't even like remember that conversation that they're having or that they had. And he didn't remember the conversation. He was like, oh, was that like something implanted into my memory? If someone has power, that is not, if someone has a power that is their own, I almost wonder on this side of silver. My brain operates in metaphor. My Mercury's in Pisces. Take it as it resonates. When it resonates, and if it doesn't resonate, don't take it. If we acknowledge that there are people, individuals, I'll say individuals rather than people. If we acknowledge that there are individuals with power that is their own and not necessarily channeled to them, it's not that it's not given, but it's almost like when we channel, when we are the vessel of like the divine or something, it's like we're borrowing power, and maybe we have gifts and abilities that allow us to use that borrowed power, but the power itself is not necessarily our own. But if we acknowledge that there are personal individual powers, then you could argue that there must be a pathway to power. This is the alchemy of the archetype. So the son of the ocean. Yeah. The sun of the ocean, especially with the seeker, she is giving me anti-sun energy. She's giving me, in the realm of Scorpio, there exists life. While all other forms of life on planet Earth depend on the sun in one way, shape, form, or another, somehow that in the realm of Scorpio survives in the absence of sunlight. There is no sunlight for plants to photosynthesize or bacteria or other organisms to photosynthesize to be the base level of the food chain, right? So there's no algae, no bacteria, no plants to be eaten by this, that's eaten by that, that's eaten by this other thing. Somehow, in Scorpio, in the domain of Scorpio, life persists. So the sun of the ocean is this mysterious element or presence that allows for life to exist outside of the domain of the sun. And it's funny, I just heard the phrase, there's nothing new under the sun. But it's like, whatever this is, it doesn't happen in the presence of the sun. So it would be new to surface dwellers. It would be new to us because, we see deep sea horrors every day. New species discovered. And it's like, oh, they're beautiful in their own way. Um, it's like new to us. But this is also, I was thinking, I don't know if this is necessarily relevant. I'll say no. This whole thing is about crossing boundaries. So I recently heard that like energy cannot be created or destroyed. And I heard it in the context of, because energy cannot be created or destroyed, there are certain things that must be eternal, right? And although earlier I said that I hold a lot of nuance and sometimes people think I'm being difficult when I'm not, I'm just nuanced and quirky and like different. Sometimes I wonder if I am a bit of a contrarian, if I'm using that word correctly. Because I heard it, and for some reason to me, it was like a bit of apples and oranges. Like, just because there's a conservation of energy does not necessarily mean that something else is eternal. And it's because if there's nothing new under the sun. We're looking at under the sun, things under the sun, things that are visible, right? Things that you can perceive because of light, because the sun's light gives us the ability to see it or perceive it. Now, when it comes to energy, I think it's almost like sometimes we conflate energy with consciousness. I don't know, girl. This is vibes, and I'm not necessarily going to say channeling, I'll say pondering. Channeling implies that a certain authority or presence that may be like, girl, Patrick, you are 100% incorrect, and ain't nobody say that but you. So I call it a pondering. It was a pondering. Sometimes we can conflate energy with like consciousness and other things. So while energy is conserved, consciousness isn't necessarily conserved. And so let's say there's a bandwidth of frequency from 50 hertz to 100 hertz. And now I'm talking about stuff that I would need more brain, more sleep to be able to but try to follow me, okay? Let's say there's a bandwidth of 50 to 100 hertz, right? That exists. So let's say there's 100 hertz that exist. And so either you can break, like you can, 250s can exist, 75, 25, whatever math you want to do to equal 100 hertz. Or you could have one thing that exists in that range of 50 to 100 hertz. So maybe it's born at 100 and it falls to 50, or it's born at 50 and it rises to 100. That's the one I'm going to go for. That's the one we're going for. Let's do it. It's born at a 50 hertz frequency, and within its lifespan, it rises to 100 hertz, right? So then that's consciousness. There's a consciousness that occupies the space of 50 to 100 hertz. And so with the conservation of energy, that is what is allowed. There must always be that amount of energy. And again, like we conflate it with consciousness, we conflate it with the soul. Souls are eternal because energy can't be created or destroyed. But it's like, if we factor in like antimatter, or if we factor in all of the background, it's like, let's say that souls exist in an anti-material plane, and because they exist in an anti-material plane, they don't affect, like they're not affected by the conservation of energy. It's anti-material, so there is no mass and no energy to be conserved. And so let's say you have 10 souls that all sort of like fit within that, right? You can slot any of the 10 within that. A new soul could be created, and then it could occupy that 50 to 100. I don't know about how, I feel like souls are more complex than we may think. Meaning, I feel like there is a process for the creation of souls, and there is a process for the evolution of souls. And maybe there's a place that souls go to retire. Right. I think, and again, I don't know, but I'm not necessarily a believer that every single soul that is in existence has always been in existence. I feel like, on one hand, if that were the case, then like what would be the point of existing? You know? It's like, if there's not an opportunity for anything new to be created, then what would be the point? Maybe it's not a question of what would be the point, more so than it would be a missed opportunity if there wasn't room for the creation of something new, or the evolution of a thing, right? Anyway, the point is, in the antimaterial, like, the energy is conserved on under the sun, but there's a whole like roster that can be swapped in and out, right? So that ultimately the energy stays 100 hertz, but you can do 250s, you can do a 75, 25, you can have like a bandwidth where you just like reserve some of that space. And like when it comes to soul creation, right? Maybe you get a 45 and a 45 that come together and then create a 10, or they create a 0 to 10 bandwidth, whatever. And like, boom, you got a new soul, because you have a new combination of elements. Now, you could say that the universe has been in existence for long enough that every possible combination has already been combined or created, but you could also say that the divine is vast and unknowable enough that there is still an eternity left of new combinations that could happen. I don't know. Am I losing the point? Kind of, sort of, maybe not. The point is, again, in the anti-material plane, we don't know. I don't know. In the anti-material plane, I don't know. But there's something about the son of the ocean and the seeker in particular, spirit in search of science, where, and maybe in the vein of like paths of power, right? And again, like even with like, there's a difference between like channeling the divine and like a God given gift. God given gifts would be like a power bestowed by the divine, but once bestowed, it's like yours, right? And if you choose to, you can, the power is yours to do effectively whatever you will with, but still within the confines of whatever. Anyway, let me read these. Number 1 and number 35. 31, 42, 36, 35. This is the alchemy of the archetype. So, the sun is expression, vitality, identity. The ocean is the unconscious, the depths, and the incomprehensible. The incomprehensible. Thank you. Very much so. So, this is the alchemy of the archetype. So, the incomprehensibility of identity, or the depth of vitality, or unconscious expression. It's the alchemy of the archetype. The alchemy is the sun, sun of the ocean. If it were the ocean of the sun, like unconscious expression is different than expression of the unconscious or expression of the incomprehensible. I love that also we see these hands clasped around the mystic rose, and we see the hands of the divine there to support, just like we saw the archangel of glory with the mason. This feels like personal alchemical practices. This has an energy to me that feels like it's about the development of someone. Almost like the divine is trying to teach something. The divine is trying to teach someone something new. And that's why that person is in like silver energy right now, because it's a time of learning. It's not necessarily a time of doing or a time of sharing or a time of expression, because someone is still learning. Interesting. I initially sort of saw it with antimony as like a sign or a measure of respect. But, and it still is, but this is different. And again, it's learning, it's searching, it's like something is being explained. And again, with the incomprehensibility of the ocean, the divine is doing its best to like show someone something. And it's interesting because we had that creator. The three, well, the one bloomed rose and the two buds. This is giving me the primary colors. So we have the magenta and the magenta cyan yellow, which is the one bloomed bud. We have the royal blue of the blue, red, yellow. Is it, or is it white? I mean, I've looked everything else up. Why not? Magenta, cyan, yellow. It is magenta, cyan, yellow. Thank you. Um, it's like there's the magenta and that tria prima, and then there's the royal blue and that tria prima, but they occupy different sort of realms. And so part of this is a combination of factors, which is again how the rotation of Quicksilver initially read. But there's also a third part, the gold, which you could say is like yellow, but it's completely different. And I feel like it's almost an energy of, it's like these two things that occupy completely different spaces that someone recognizes should work together. And for some reason, they can't figure out why they don't. Like a Sagittarian scientific knowledge is enough that someone is like, in Sagittarian, just being like really deep, a really deep, really educated, really learned person is like these two completely not opposite, but these two completely separate things should be able to come together in a new way. And it's like that third piece, the gold that is not yellow, more than a stabilizing force between these two things, it's something that elevates it completely. Oh, gold. Uh-huh, elbow, there it is. And you could almost say that this would be something new under the sun because of this immaterial or anti-material component that I almost want to say unitizes, but that's not that's not the word. I mean, maybe it is. Unionize may be a better, closer to what I was thinking. But like I said, unitizes. I was almost thinking like unionizes, but it's unitizes because it breaks it down into individual units, right? So like the proton, neutron, and electron are the subatomic particles. Are subatomic particles like quarks and stuff like that? Anyway, protons, neutrons, and electrons make up the atom, right? And so it's almost like you could say there's something physical, there's something spiritual, and then there's something divine. And it's like we can think of the divine as either spiritual for one, or think of the divine as this interplay governing force between the spiritual and the physical. And it's like a yes, but also like so much more type energy. It's almost like you, and I guess that's the thing, right? It's not, we look at the reflection of the sun on the surface of the ocean and think we know the sun. So it's like what is truly divine is like so much more than we would think. Or it's like what we consider to be divine is the tip of the iceberg of divinity. And it's like literally the tip, like literally the top 0.000000001% of what divinity actually is. Metaphorically, at the very least, take it if it resonates. If it don't. And it's like, I guess, kind of sort of in an allegory of the cave way, but not. Because in the allegory of the cave, all you have to do is go outside. But it's not like we can just go to the sun for one. And even if we look up at the sun rather than looking at its reflection in the water, it's almost like the sun is so bright, we wouldn't really be able to make out any details. And it's so far that we wouldn't really see like features of the surface. We would only see like the highlights. It's almost like the myth that you can see the Great Wall of China from space. Maybe you really can. I've come across it as a myth. To us on the surface, we would think the Great Wall is so great that you would have to see it from space. But it's like once you're actually in space and you look at the Earth, you'll be like, it's indistinguishable from everything else. Again, it's that like surface dweller type of reality, I guess. I don't know if there's something deep and mystical and magical here that honestly, when Thanatos and the sword came out, and I was like, what is this? Maybe that truth is hidden here. I don't know. On the side of the Nectar and the Benevolent Guide, we have the Chariot and the Ebony Shield, Chariot of Osiris and Sanctum of Treasures. 57 and 58. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot. I was supposed to change this to silver. It is so hilarious how my eye kept going to the word gold. I kept reading gold. I kept focusing on gold, not realizing that somewhere deep in the subconscious, they're like, come on, we're reading silver. This is supposed to be the thing that helps people know where we are since you're not time stamping the video. I'm sorry. If you scrubbed the video to find where it switches to silver, um, this is for you. Maybe that's how we approach it. Honestly, to be completely honest, I already read um, the ocean and sun, sun and the ocean with the seeker. I apologize, but maybe it wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be, meant to be, meant to be. Maybe it was meant to be. Oh, that's 67. I was like, that's not the card I was looking for. The Nectar and the Benevolent Guide. Do, 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 do. Also, so the first one was about the path of power or the path to power. It may be about the limits of power as well. Excuse me. Like maybe there's a power that it's almost like some aspect of the divine doesn't necessarily know how people slash the earth slash reality would react to the presence of that power. And so it's like these tests, this like little by little integration or this little by little expression, this little by little introduction or addition to see how like things work out. And I guess the path to power culminates somewhere around or after the mastery of that. Excuse me, and not just like the introduction or the genesis of a new power. You know what I mean? I guess too, I'm thinking about the whole like souls thing. For all intents and purposes, it doesn't necessarily benefit us or matter to us. It's not relevant at all to the human experience if souls can be created or especially created. The evolution of a soul, sure, but the creation of new souls or the genesis of a certain kind of soul isn't relevant. So, I don't know. Anyway, why salt? Sal sapiente. Let me hurry up so I can go to sleep. 57. Spiritus Rector, Benevolent Guide, Inner Voice Guide and Ally. The nectar is the medicine, the elixir, the garden. Now, this is the alchemy. The alchemy, this is the archetype of the alchemy. Did I do the last one right? The last one was the alchemy of, yeah, the sun of the ocean. And it was like the ocean's sun, like the source of light for all that Scorpio thrives under. And when I say the realm of Scorpio, it's like deep sea creatures, creatures that still live in those areas of the planet that sunlight doesn't reach, right? There's no grass or like algae because there's no light for it to photosynthesize, supposedly. This is the archetype of the alchemy. That was the alchemy of the archetype. So the archetype of the alchemy, the nectar of the benevolent guide. Ooh. So you could say it's the medicine of the inner voice, the elixir of the guide, the garden of the ally. In Hindu mythology, there is a miraculous substance known as Amrit, or nectar, that contains infinite healing power. The golden nectar or sacred elixir is the drink of immortality, and like its sister substance soma, is known to activate subtle intelligent forces that ease the mind, body, and spirit. Oh, how easy it is to doubt the presence of the spiritus rector. The alchemist, falling into a moment of forgetfulness, feels alone in the laboratory and begins to doubt their work. I didn't read any of the other ones. My eyes just like naturally started to read the first one, so I read it. Excuse me. What's interesting about those two is there's this miraculous healing substance in soma or amrit or nectar, but then there's this forgetfulness. So I guess it almost gives the energy of like a phantom pain, where it's like we're healed, but we don't know that we're healed, or the brain doesn't think that we're healed. And the brain is powerful enough that it will create pain or trigger pain responses, even if there's no reason for us to hurt because we've already been healed. Nectar of the Benevolent Guide. This one feels like, I want to say, a completion reward. And completion reward is video game for like when you complete a quest, it gives you a reward. Excuse me. Now the chariot and the ebony shield is an interesting combination. I feel like it doesn't really speak to me, question mark. Or I'm not hearing what it's saying. The benevolent guide and the nectar, I feel like is like fairly kind of sort of like straightforward, right? Um, it's like if we need help, then we receive it, right? It's like if you are praying for something to happen, it happens. It's like a form of assistance. Now, the thing is, especially with this being silver, not everything is for everyone. Not everyone has the same journey, and not everyone has the same desires. So, where the other three of these may be, at least the ones around the gold, may be more centered and focused around, like, this is the energy of someone who works to support their lifestyle, and they don't necessarily feel the need to be their own boss or to create something new. It's like that energy of like, hey, as long as I get paid enough to food, shelter, basic comforts and like vacations, or like be able to enjoy my life. That's all I want. I work so that I can have a pleasurable, enjoyable experience. And I'm not looking to find my fulfillment in work. So, or it's like I'm not looking to pioneer and to be this leader in the realm of work. And it's like someone's like pre-tired, right? It's like they're a year or two away from retirement. I feel like this was like what I assume was the golden age of employment. I mean, I wasn't alive, so I don't know if it was ever actually a thing or if it's like this rose tinted glasses, nostalgic, whatever. But it's like, back in the days when companies used to care about their workers, it's like there's someone who's been at the company for 36 years and they plan to retire in like 2 years, right? And the company's like, hey, you've put in 36 years, take it easy, right? Like, just like you have the knowledge and the expertise. So it's like this 2 year handover period where they disseminate their knowledge, they train up the people who are going to take their place. And so it's like gradually they do less and less. And so maybe in the last year, there's like certain meetings that they go to or whatever. And besides that, they just like more or less coast out that last year or two when until they like officially retire. It's like I don't know if it's like you've already done all that you need to do or all that you were obligated to do, and now maybe this resonates for someone who is like about to retire or newly retired, or who is like all like you're a parent and all of your children have like established themselves, and so now you get to focus on you again, and you get to like discover what you want to do with this next chapter section of your life. It's like, and again, I think it's because of the sanctum of treasures. It's almost like with the chariot, like the work is done, this alignment is a thing. Like, you're not necessarily going to lose your way or go too far one way or another. It's a time to enjoy the fruits of your labors. You could say the nectar of the benevolent guide is honey because there is no honey archetype. Sugar is an alchemy card. And because of how I pull the cards, we're not going to get honey or sugar from the benevolent guide that is a bee, but we can get nectar. And nectar, I guess also nectar is like raw honey question mark because bees process nectar into honey. So I guess in that way, this could also like resonate for someone who is setting themselves up for ease and abundance and like greatness. Or maybe it's just like all you got to do is like follow the plan and you'll be okay. You'll be good. So I feel like this, like if someone came to any reading for like confirmation of like, hey, like I just like I'm starting this new job or like I'm wrapping up this new project and like I feel like everything is good, but like can you just like read on it and be like, yeah, like the new job is gonna go like amazingly. You'll be challenged in ways that, you can overcome. It's not gonna be too difficult. It's like you've really set yourself up for success type energy. All you have to do is continue on the path that you're on. and honor what is like important and valuable to you, and don't feel pressured to do or be anything that you don't want. Right? Cool. I think that's it. Honestly, I was gonna say I'm not gonna get on cards. I'm ready to go to bed, but um, I'm gonna have to put these away anyway. So hopefully, I'm not gonna be here for another hour. You can see as I type now. Cool. Yeah, I feel like that feels pretty complete. And it's interesting because that was under the lover in rotation, which was also about like the fulfillment of an obligation. But that was the fulfillment of an obligation in terms of like, yeah, like just, just show up, do your work, don't worry too much about whatever, and everything will work out. It's like one of those chill jobs. The conservator, four of pentacles, four of orbs, sorry. Apocalypse, judgment was on the bottom. On zip of them. Bro, I got reversals in this deck. I don't know why my brain was short circuiting. I was like, I could not put these cards all up right. Hello? How did that happen? But hey, what was meant to come out in reverse came out in reverse. Stronghold of the Grail in reverse. Archangel of Mysteries in reverse. The Chariot upright. This combination of cards, it's almost like you know everything you need to know. There's no like further revelation to be had. There's no further information that you need to know. Like just keep going in the direction that you know to go. Chariot upright, and everything will be fine. Bottom of the deck is the Archangel Commander in reverse. That could also be like for someone, especially if like someone recently retired, newly retired, or about to retire. Or it's like when someone's nerves are so fried from being like go, go, go for so long, or like it's like things have been so intense for so long that someone like feels like they should be doing more. But it's like everything is good, just like chill. You know what I mean? It's a rebalancing, it's a re-centering, it's like a sort of grounding. And it's just like, hey, like chill out, you know? Just keep doing what needs to be done and enjoy the extra time that you have to, I don't know, connect with family, enjoy your life, relax. And maybe it's a seasonal thing. So it's like enjoy the rest, enjoy the calm, enjoy the ease, the easy pace, the slow life while you can. And things will pick up when they need to, right? It's a time for rest and rejuvenation, but not necessarily a time for idleness where like nothing is being done, you know? Cool. Do, 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 do. I'm like thinking about something. I watched another YouTube short earlier, and I'm like, now that I'm like thinking, I'm like, wait, was that shade? Was I being like low key shaded? It was a podcast that somebody was on, and someone's like, this person always has guests that come on and tell them like how to fix their lives, and the person's always like, yeah, I'll do that, and then they never do. And I was just thinking about how like earlier in the year I was in this, every now and then I'll get stuck in these like overthinking kind of loops where I start to like almost get lost in possibilities, or I'm like, I'm considering this and I'm considering that and I'm considering so many things that I'm not doing as much. And it's like I need to do something. And so I don't know why. Well, I don't even know what just triggered that. But then that comment came back to mind. And I was like, this person always gets such great advice from the people who come on and they never put it into practice. So now I'm like, oof. I'm like, wait, was that about me? I know. I know. I'll get a dragon. Final dragon from the Dragon Oracle cards, please. Ooh. The water dragon helps you flow easily around obstacles. Well, it says helps you flow easily around obstacles. Christ's light and love are flowing. Develop your psychic abilities. Go with the flow. Interesting. Bottom of the deck is Thor's red, black, and gold dragon. Protects you in times of change. A time of rapid transition and transformation. Relax, you are safe. There's a beautiful harmony between these two. In this time of change, you are protected and can just like easily flow around obstacles. It's almost giving me the energy of like there's this tower moment or a series of tower moments. Something is crumbling or collapsing, but it's one of those. I don't know if it's adrenaline or if it's some other hormone that like floods the brain, and so your like perception speeds up. And because your perception speeds up and your awareness is heightened, it's almost like things kind of slow down a little bit. And so it's like you can see how to easily navigate through this just like collapse of something. And it's like, you'll be fine. If you got to move, then move. Because even if something is falling in slow motion, if you just stand there, it might crush you if you never get out of the way. But you'll be all right. Okay, I'll do this one next. SKT Vitruvian Edition. We have the Archangel of Glory and the Seeker at the cut. I did give this a light shuffle after I put all the cards back. And we saw both of those. The Malays, Nine of Wands, Nine of Scepters is out in reverse. The Rogue is in reverse. Seven of Swords. This is Moon in Sagittarius, sextile Moon in Aquarius. And the shining flame, Knight of Wands, is in reverse. Mutable fire, Sagittarius. The Nine of Wands in reverse and the Seven of Swords in reverse. It's almost like a you didn't miss out on anything type of energy. It's like you don't. It's like it's a message of like you didn't miss out on anything, and because you didn't miss out on anything, you don't have to feel some type of way about like your big break or the opportunity of a lifetime or whatever has like passed you by. I don't know, because the Knight of Wands is in reverse, kind of, sort of. I don't know. There's this like inkling that maybe with that Nine of Wands energy, maybe it felt like a season of missed opportunities. And so, like, you've kind of gotten acclimated or acclimatized to an almost sedentary pace. And so, when things like pick up, it could be like a change in pace that may feel kind of like sudden because the pace is so different, and it may again like happen fairly quickly where it's like, or it could be an energy of like, so that's like before the turnaround. After the turnaround, there could be a little bit of like a fear of like the other shoe dropping or something not lasting, which like leads to a reservedness. And also with the Nine of Wands in reverse, it's like the hardest part is sort of behind you. And so while, for example, you would want to build up like an emergency fund or a disaster fund, you would want to save up enough to be comfortable. Like, yes, do that, but you don't necessarily have to be so, what's like penny pinchy, so worried that you don't like enjoy your life at all, right? Or that there are certain opportunities that you don't take. Again, it's that kind of like allowing your nerves to rest and reset, but also eventually sort of like get back out there type energy. Okay. So I had a like personal question. Wait. Let me take a picture before I forget. It was like I had a moment of curiosity. And I was like, if cards didn't come out, what would they be? Got my answer. Oh. All right. Final card from the SKT Revelations edition. SKT Revelaciones. The grotesque just did the dirtiest flip, so I flipped it back over. Ooh, was that the Malays? Or no? Ooh, that was the Haunt. Oh, okay. It was like dirty flip, dirty flip, dirty flip. Slow, clean flip fall. Bottom of the deck is the Magus, divine powers of the mortal spirit. Oh, divine powers of the mortal spirit. Wow, we have Will of Life and Apocalypse, the Sphinx, Destiny Turning, and Last Judgment 2010. But 10 is the one numerologically. And it's like there are these like four planetoid things, maybe. And there's also like four elements in the Magus. So it's almost like these elements are expressions of these greater things. And the Magus is, again, divine powers of the mortal spirit. It's like that's all three. Because it's the spirit of the mortal and the divine. Right? Last Judgment, Destiny Turning. Oh, look, Mercury. It's up there. Also, it's the planet Mercury. Like his hand is touching Mercury. There's the twin serpents. Oh, interesting. This is what's the word for conduction? It's like channeling, directing, conducting. Conducting is a word. It's like conducting the energy. Like there are these two serpents sort of wrapped around loosely in the vicinity of the magician. And it's like he does this as below, so above, but has to like direct them from down here up to the wand that he's raising. And then they like coil around the middle of the staff, or I guess the middle of the trunk of the tree, like, and do this. But it's like he is directing them up the staff. They, the person. It's not gender specific. But this is also an expression of that first silver because we saw the unbloomed, the two buds that weren't yet bloomed between these hands, and now the whole Kabbalah tree of life, a completed Kabbalah tree of life. This one card should not have my little Medusa thing, just it took it out, knocked it over. And it's like radiant, it is shining. Now the completed Kabbalah tree of life is out of the palms rather than the one bloomed rose and two buds. It's almost because that was the whole like there's nothing new under the sun. That was the ocean's sun or the sun of the ocean. And it's almost like maybe there's something that is relatively new under the sun that is like trying to be birthed. Not that it never existed in the entire history of humanity on planet Earth, or I guess anywhere in the creation of the cosmos. But whatever the Archangel of Glory is helping the Mason to create, that's what causes this wheel to begin spinning. It's like that's what turns this wheel of destiny. The fact that the thing could be created and stabilized on Earth. Maybe it's the stability of the thing that indicates that Earth slash humanity is ready. And it only takes like one person or a handful of people to be in a certain energy. But like for real, and not for play. Or it requires, maybe that's one part of it. Maybe one part of it is the creation. Or maybe one part of it is the discovery, the learning, the subsequent creation, and then following expression of the thing. And the other thing that turns destiny is it being accepted. Because it feels like there have been plenty of breakthroughs that have happened, but for one reason or another, some power or another has like ensured that that knowledge remain unknown or hidden or secret or whatever. Or it's like there's been an individual or a group of individuals who have like benefited from that without spreading the knowledge. And again, I think it was that same one, that same energy that was like the open source. That breakthrough is open source so that these specific adaptations can pop up all around the world rather than it being hoarded by an individual. And if something is meant to benefit the whole world or meant to benefit all of humanity or humanity at large, then how much good can not sharing that information or it not being at the very least readily available, a certain technology, like how well will that fulfill the function or the purpose of moving the whole world forward, right? If something is meant for millions and is held by one, two, or 10, it doesn't do much to move the wheel of destiny. And then you could argue that history has been full of people who have hoarded. There have been plenty of breakthroughs that never really saw the light of day. That is a story that is, you could say, played out. Definitely not new. And to be a person in search of great power or whatever, in order to hoard it or not share it, is to perpetuate what already is and what has already been. But I don't know. Sometimes we can think it's like, yeah, but if it happened to me, then it would be like whatever. I don't know. Final alchemy, blood, and the androgen. The sun. And the androgen. All right. Final alchemy, please. I want a claim flip or or a claim fall. Bottom of the deck is Jupiter. Boys, girls go to Jupiter to get more stupider. I am clearly in need of rest. Coagulatio, coagulation. This was either before or after the final card. I remember mentioning it, and I believe showing it, but maybe I didn't show it. Coagulation and Jupiter is an interesting combination because it's like not only is it to expand something, but it's also to like make it real. And there is the Piscean expansion of Jupiter that is fantastical, imaginal, the daydream. And then there is the the Sagittarian expansion of Jupiter that is like theoretical, learned, hypothetical. Neither one of them necessarily material. And coagulation, it's the coming together of things, it's the densification. It's for material means or matters. Solidity, adherence, and stuckness. Coagulatio was a great alchemical operation of Earth. By way of this operation, we experience that which was fluid churning into a solid formation. The formerly disparate ingredients begin adhering together into a fixed and solid unit. That unitizing? The result is visible, reliable, and eventually concrete. When you hear the phrase, it is finally taking shape, coagulatio is underway. The shadow aspect of coagulatio is that the elements may have come together without much awareness, and in turn, they become unconsciously attached. Inertia and resentment set in. The parts can no longer separate, even if they wish to. Many long term relationships have coagulatio aspects, a naturally occurring codependency by which both parties feel unseen or unknown as individuals. The work of coagulatio is to experience the merging with other while not losing oneself in the mush. And very much so that. Very much so that. Very much so that energy. So Jupiter actually, in that way, almost presents an interesting challenge to coagulatio because it's a challenge. It challenges the adherence of the particles and the integrity of the overall shape as something is expanded. It's like blowing up a balloon and it not popping when there's an overwhelming amount of air inside of it. Or it's like having a single drop of food coloring in a glass of water and the overall liquid maintaining the same color, hue, tint, shade as you pour more and more and more and more water into it. Kind of, sort of. Even in a greater volume, it maintains its like consistency, its concentration. It maintains its concentration. And you can say, well, it's impossible. If you don't add any more food coloring, it's not gonna like maintain the same concentration if you add more water. Well, that's the challenge. or just continue to add food coloring as you add more water. It's the simple answer. Not everything has to be complicated. Aletheia and the vessel, the truth of the vessel. The riddle of the truth. The riddle of truth. When truth is a mystery. Truth can be a mystery when you don't know what the question is. If I just give you answers, 42, Apple, Bernice, um, 27 days, 42 hours, 51 minutes, and however many seconds. He's like, you just spouting nonsense? No, I'm answering the questions that you don't even yet know to ask. He's like, oh, well, what questions should I be asking if those are the answers that you're given? And then, if you really think you're clever, you can ask certain questions and try to assign those answers to those questions. How many seconds until the love of my life calls me? 42. It's like, girl, we can try to think we clever and do that. Maybe it works sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't. Or maybe it does and it just don't work for me like that. Or maybe I haven't tried. Oh, Anima Mundi just came out and sent the vision in the mirror. Came out, and then the pilgrim, the vow, and agape came out. Okay, that's interesting. Obviously, the program, the vow, and agape, like someone could go on a holy or sacred pilgrimage, take some vow at some place, and then have this whole agape relationship with whatever aspect of the divine or whoever they took that vow with. The mirror and the vision, that almost reminds me of something that came out recently. It was seeing beyond the planets. Oh, look, and then there's Anima Mundi with all the planets in their orbits. Because it was like there was a two-way mirror. And it's like we can look at the mirror and we can see behind us and around us without turning and moving our heads. Or it's like we can see through the glass to the whatever is on the other side of that mirror. Now, just the vision in the mirror makes me lean towards mirror vision of like you can see around you without having to move your head if you're looking in the mirror. But because of the pilgrim, the vow, and agape, there's also that looking through the glass energy. And because Anima Mundi is here, which is like the spirit of the world or the soul of the world, it is about what's more than on the surface. Bottom of the deck is the fault line. And that, because the fault line is at the bottom of the deck, it's almost like the movement of the planets, the mirror vision. It's giving me like an engine that won't turn over. I don't know anything about cars. But I think that's the phrase. Like when you try to start the car, but it doesn't start, it just says whatever the noise is. It's like the engine won't turn over. But instead of that, it's like the movements of the planets in the sky creates these shapes that you'll see in the chart, right? And it's like either the planets move frequently enough, it's like something happens where they're like in a certain orientation and they start to like light up, and it's like they're lit up this like blue, this radiant blue. And you don't see the gauge, but there's a mental gauge on the side where it's like the do 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 do, like it's like the bar is filling up, but something happens and it like it flickers or it just like fades, it disconnects. It can never hit that critical threshold for the engine to turn over when we're only looking in the mirror. And it's like if we were to look through the glass, we would see what's happening that keeps it, that keeps the engine from turning over, that keeps breaking or disrupting the circuit so that the thing can't hit that critical whatever to the point where it actually starts. So you could say, on one hand, the world around us can be a good indicator of some things, but they don't, it's not necessarily always a good indicator of what's actually happening, because when we look at the world around us, we are applying our own sort of like filter to what's happening in our knowledge and or in our ignorance, in what we choose to believe, in what we have to believe, in what we're incapable of seeing, and in what sort of haunts us, and it's all that we can see. There's a huge burden that gets put on us seeing things accurately. But it's like if you could look through the glass, you would be able to just like basically get under the hood of the car, I guess. And you could just like see like what's wrong or see where something keeps breaking down. I wasn't going to take all of those, but hey. All right. Well, I hope you all have an amazing whatever whenever you see this. I hope you're acting along to make all that you wish to experience your reality. I hope that whatever you need along your path journey, what you find. And again, like take it as it resonates. If it resonates, if it doesn't resonate, don't take it. And if it does, apply a heaping amount of discernment. Because also in my releasing myself from the like having to be everyone's like intuition and discernment, or like trying to tell you how this resonates for you. Again, I can always give examples and the metaphors that help communicate the point. Um, but ultimately, at the end of the day, you are your own person. And in my respect for that, and in my respect for the pitfalls that just sort of naturally exist within whatever spaces, sometimes I just let things go basically unsaid. And like, as I was thinking about that before I went live, right? I was like, maybe I can't just assume that people won't just take the whole bucket of candy, right? I think maybe sometimes, especially as children, in our excitement, we can just like grab a handful. But sometimes we do have to be, like reminded of like, hey, like save some for the other kids who want some too. It's like, oh yeah, like I want other people to also be able to enjoy this, right? It's not that we're necessarily intentionally greedy. So I'm glad I did this. I'm glad I I'm glad I listened to my discernment. My intuition was like, go for that deck. And I was like, or I guess I'm glad I was discerning enough to listen to my intuition. Because again, I don't know. It all worked out. All right, it's been 4 hours. It's time for me to go to bed.